Why couldn't that have happened like fucking 5 minutes earlier? And I literally, I clicked on the notes. I went to type in notes on, and it went bleh! So this time it wasn't even clicking on a link. Fucking hell, this shit is so annoying. Oh my god. We gotta find a fix for this, guys. There's gotta be a way to stop this shit from happening. Just like over and over and over again. But hey, happened at the beginning. Again. It's all good. Just power on, right? Notes on first person perspective. I don't know if I have notes on this.
Zoe
Cozy! Welcome, bro.
Welcome, Raiders, to the stream.
I'm glad you raided me after I just crashed, because we just crashed, so we just got back. No, we're not late. The stream fucking crashed again. I don't think there's anything in here on first person. How was the stream? Zoink. Okay, hold on a sec. Let me figure out if I can do this. Where is it? Hold on, I gotta figure this out. Okay, I think I found it. Okay, I think I found it. Why can't I fucking... Where did this thing go? What the fuck? I'm so confused.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
We haven't even started, bro. You're going in early. I'm trying to unban you, bro. I'm trying to unban you. I don't know how. It took me to this unban page, and you fucking disappeared. Because I went to pause this, and...
Keep dancing, bitch. It ain't over yet.
I don't know. But maybe I can click on you here, and we can go... Well, I don't know, because apparently you're... Wait. That's not what I want. Oh my god. This is... Okay, well that doesn't help me at all. Fuck! Oh, okay, here it is. Where does it say... See, it says ban you. It doesn't say unban you. I'm pretty sure you're not banned, bro. Okay, where did it say unban requests? Select. Unban. Unban. There. I'm... That is... Yeah, exactly, Zoink, because you're not banned on your main account. Which is why you can type, which is why you just typed. So I don't know why you're trying to get me to unban you when you're already fucking unbanned. Now how do I get out of this view? That's not what I want. Okay, I'm just closing this and reopening a new chat. I don't know how this shit works. But yeah, how is the stream, Zoin Cozy? My main account was banned from chatting.
Fucking touch your toes. I know you can't, but try anyways. Don't
True.
fall over,
though. Making me do all this shit right at the beginning, just burning all your points. Yeah, brother, what'd you do on stream today, good sir? Was it enjoyable? Did you have anybody join you? What was, the thing? I got something to show you guys that's fucking hilarious. Ugh. Count was banned from chatting. Good. I was...
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass.
Oof.
Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit streamer.
I stream 10 times a day. What the fuck was that? Wait, we hit a follower goal? Who followed? How did we hit a follower goal? I'm so confused, guys. But thank you for the follow, whoever followed. I don't know how we hit a follower. I didn't see anything. The hell? How'd we not have a thing go off? Hold on, let me check my... Make sure I didn't turn anything off that I shouldn't have fucking turned off. Alerts. No, new follows are turned off. I'm so confused. But hey, we apparently hit a goal. I don't know how, because it's saying we haven't hit the goal. It says 310 followers achieved, but we only have 309 followers. So, yeah, I don't know. I followed it with my other account. But why didn't we get a follow notification? I'm so confused. We should have gotten some sort of follow notification. But nothing came up. Why can I not find this? Which one of these are you? Why are you not popping up? Oh my god, sometimes I hate this shit. There it goes. Fuck's sakes, man, get it right! And you banned my other account from Channing. Now you have to make me go to settings. I mean, it was your own fault, Zoink. I'm saying that right now. It was your own fucking fault, bro. Had nothing to do with me. It was your own fault. You made it so that other people didn't want you around. I have to use my damn Gmail to chat. Ban them again. Smokey, only if someone asks. But how was streaming, Smokey? I was chilling for a little bit last night and then I passed the fuck out. But Smokey, since you're here, check it out. You guys know what today is? Do you guys know what today is? Thanks for the raid. Oh yeah, no worries. Anytime, bro. I'm glad I had enough viewers to be able to raid you. So what do you guys think? Yes, freeze work, Zoinko. It is my birthday, Smokey. Yes, it is, in fact, my actual birthday today. Just do it, Zoink. Zoink. It's there. Just do it. Happy birthday, bro. Thank you very much. So I got a fucking hilarious. Oh shit! Happy birthday, Mr. Clink Clank. Thank you, thank you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Can't afford to drop a sub. Oh, dumb Smokey, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You got until the 24-hour stream, bro. 2 weeks. You better have a paycheck in 2 weeks. I have 61 only. 61 what? But yeah, welcome in, Mr. Clink Clank. Hope you're having a good time, good sir. Welcome. And when I say it only gives me OnlyFans. No! Okay, you got me. Okay, there was a reason for that, though. Okay? No, Smokey, there's a reason. The stream... Look at the time, Smokey. It is 9 minutes. Hold on. Oh, thanks. I wanted some background noise while I write, and this is looking like a pretty cool spot. Alright, Click Clank, I'm so glad you say that, because that's what we're going for in here. But yeah, okay. Smokey, look at the time. It just turned 10 minutes into the stream. And if you look at the actual time... Okay, Smokey, it's not fair. I'm distracted, okay? So if you look at the time, it is currently 12:48 a.m. If I could find a fucking tab here and I could drag this over, right? See, it is 12:48 a.m. Let's pull up the clock. It is 12:48 a.m. Smokey, what time do I start streaming at? I actually got concerned for a sec. 18 mins into stream, don't lie. Exactly, Smokey. And what happens when the stream crashes? But what, like it should be 19 minutes into the stream, not 11 minutes. So what happened? What happened, my guy, is before we even started, we fucking crashed the stream. I've never seen your screen crash. That's because, like, this is what happens. Watch. This is what happens. Because it should have already popped the VOD up. If we go to here, we go videos. Yeah, 11 minutes ago. No, 19 minutes ago. This is the one that crashed. So this is what happened. I'm just sitting there. What a start, guys. What a fucking start. Alright, I'll be right back. No, it already happened. Wait. You know. Active. This is more of a, yes, an on writing than it is. And then I go to the notepad, and I instantly write in notes on. You know, I'm enjoying this channel. It's definitely got its perks
This basic
to it,
bitch
that's for
stupid
sure.
streamer can't even get his camera right. Fuck freeze frames.
Oh god, here we go. I just crashed. Well, what a start to the stream. What a start, guys! What a fucking start. Alright, I'll be right back. Fucking joke. You fucking ruined it, Smokey! I had it, and then you're like, he freeze frames, and I'm like, I forgot to turn the lava lamp on, so you actually can't prove it, but yeah, normally, yeah, you fucked it up. That's not what I want. Okay, I'm just closing this and reopening a new chat. I don't know how this shit works. But yeah, how is the stream, Zoe Cozy? My main account was banned. Okay, this is a really bad freeze frame because I can't do anything because I'm literally holding my knees. But yeah, so what happens when the stream crashes? The fucking internet crashes. The browser crashes. When I reopen it, I have to frickin' restart. So no, I didn't miss turning the TTS on. It just the stream crashed, and I forgot to re-turn it back on. Come on, let me grab this Let me grab this fucking. I got too many things open here. Let me just grab the taskbar, motherfucker. I want to move the taskbar. Okay, I had to close some of this, I guess. We can close this guy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna be able to grab this. Why don't they have a spot on here that you can just fucking grab to like move it? Oh my god, this is so annoying. God damn it. Oh, welcome to the worst stream intro ever. I haven't even had a toke yet, and we're already, like, completely fucked, because I just have to close everything. I just have to close everything. This is so annoying. Nothing's even popping up. Okay, there's that, there's that, there's that, there's that. Give me a fucking space to grab. Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh yeah, it was my birthday today, guys. So guess what my brother got me? That's what this was all about. Check out what my brother got me. You guys will love this. Check out what my brother got me. No, I guess you can't. Hold on, let me see if I can raise the chair up. Nope, that's as high as it goes.
Is it manga?
I guess I can fix this after. You ready? You guys ready? we got fucking chocolate bars for days, boys. So what are we gonna start with? Hands it to me and he says, "Good luck." I'm like, cause he works at the co-op, he probably got this on like discount or something. Probably like $30 worth of fucking chocolate bars. Fucking amazing. Oh, we need the Wonder Bar. We need the Wonder Bar. Those are the fuck. I bet you he's just scoured everything off of the fucking shelf. Ooh, a crispy crunch. We need a fucking crispy crunch, guys. That shit's the best. But yeah, I thought this was fucking hilarious. I was like, I have to dump this on stream because it's just too fucking funny. It's literally just like every kind of fucking chocolate bar. I feel like it's Halloween. But yeah, welcome to my life, guys. They're like, put on some weight, and they give me
Where's the wheel
30 pounds of fucking chocolate. I haven't done the wheel yet, Zoink. I haven't had time to do the wheel. Guys, do you know how far behind I am? I'm so far behind, I don't even know what's going on. So let's take this and bring it back up. I'm glad I have this as a guide, which is super nice. Where the moon is. So we have the camera perfect every time. Let me plug in the lamp because I'm retarded. Every kind. Where's the Reese's, bro? Oh, clink clank. I'm Canadian. We don't have Reese's here. Yeah. Canada sucks. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. Of course we have fucking Reese's. That would be a fucking crime if we didn't have Reese's. Oh, I don't have Burger King. I don't have Taco Bell. Ah, that's okay. I live in a small town. Oh, yeah, I closed fucking everything, so I gotta reopen everything and the music and everything like that. So let's try this again. Welcome to the worst stream ever once again. Okay, is this volume good? Are we good with this? Just let me know if the music is too quiet, because sometimes when it resets like that. But to send a nuclear payload of fucking Reese's headed your way. I was like, Reese's? What are those peanut butter cup things that I see on TV? But we don't have those here, because Canada's a third world fucking country. Honestly, it might as well fucking be at this point. It's pretty bad up here, but you know. I didn't vote, because the one time I voted, we won. We got legalization of weed, but we didn't get anything else. In fact, we lost absolutely everything else. So, that's kind of unfortunate, but you know, when a guy promises you heaven, he's probably leading you towards hell. But you know, Wizard's first rule, people are stupid, and they'll believe what they want. You can't change their fucking mind with facts.
Go on the wheel and write some words, but watch the video first.
I know how to use the wheel, I just haven't set it up yet. And in the words of a wise Asmongold, you can't logic someone out of a position that they did not logic themselves into. And in most cases, most people do not logic themselves into positions. They use their feelings to tell them what to do. I'll always tell you, I'm the first one to think with my feelings, but I only think with my feelings. I act with logic. I do have those feelings, though. I'm just smart enough to know not to act on your, like, initial first impulse, right? Like, when you act on your first initial impulse, you become a Zoinko. And then you get banned from all the chats because you can't stop saying shit. Oh yeah, that's right. I also bought lighters. So I have a fucking new lighter, guys. This lighter is literally so fucking dead, it's not even right. As I have chocolate bars all over the place. But that's gonna be it, guys. I'm gonna, like, come into the next stream. Like, I wanted to enter the stream and just have, like, chocolate all over my face. And you guys be like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, yes, I probably almost have a messier room than Asmon, trust me. How about raining the candies? What do you mean raining them? Oh my god, just fucking open, bitch. Open sesame! Give me that prize! It's a blue lighter, guys. Alright. Like, make it fall like rain. I already put it back in the bag, though. I have to, like, dump it on top. That's like, dude, that thing's fucking heavy. Like, you could curl with that. It's like 15 pounds worth of fucking chocolate bars. That's insane. Gotta run real quick. Alright, Mr. Clink Clank, thanks for hanging out and, you know, chatting and checking in and stuff like that. Always good to have an extra face in here. Have an enjoyable one, good sir. Take care. I guess I totally forgot to do that. I should do that. Hold on. It's a marketing technique, guys. It's true, but it's still a marketing technique. No one can resist the birthday stream. Why do these things always unmute? So this is like the official birthday? Book buyer! Welcome, welcome. How's it going? I got timed out for talking about my stream. Yeah, people will do that, Zoink. They don't like other people talking about other streams. I totally don't mind because I encourage other people to stream, and I want them to talk and promote their streams because that's how marketing works.
310 followers on Twitch.
I mean, like, 250 of them are fake, guys. We all know that. So, I am buffering. Why? Fuck my life. Is it because I just changed the title? Try refreshing, Smokey, see what happens. But yeah, welcome, Book. It is officially my birthday today! So today is the birthday day, and then July 10th is the birthday party, right? Because you don't always have your party on your exact birthday. So yeah, so my brother got me, like, 30 pounds worth of fucking chocolate. Like... Like, fucking entire bag of goddamn candy. He probably got it for like 20 bucks at the co-op, because he works at the co-op, so he probably got it for like super cheap. So we got like fucking chocolate bars for goddamn days. I keep smacking the mic around. Is that better? I hit it like 4 times. Then comes Jesus! Wingling Time Machine. We need to use 6 accounts to follow you. How old are you today? I am officially 30 fucking 4 years old, guys. I'm officially 30 fucking 4 years old. And I gotta go grab some milk, because I didn't grab milk before this, because I'm fucking retarded. And I just lost my earpiece. There it is. I need new earphones. Dear God, you're 4 years old. How is Moses? You are exactly 1 year, 1 month, and 1 day older than me. That is crazy, Book. I love the 111. I will be right back, guys.
Wounds is live.
I mean, I did like. Okay, you're 26, smoking. Okay. Yes, 27 in August. 8 years older than me, old woman. My birthday is September 7th. Nice. Oh. There we go, everyone. Now we all know more about each other. We're becoming a real family. Hell yeah, guys. So, okay, once again, it is first person day today. We are talking about writing in first person. This will very specifically relate to my book, because my book is in, what did you guess, first person. Oh boy. But we definitely got to get us some snackage going first. The first person in chat is always Sean, because Sean's always just lurking in the background. But for some reason, I don't see him today. He might be late. It's an oxymoron. Guys, it's an oxymoron. It's an abject failure, but that's because it's a comedy. And it's meant to portray that. So it's actually a masterpiece of a comedy because it's an abject failure. I could, but it's so chewy.
Is Zoinkosri the first one here?
Worst chocolate bar to do that with.
Let's get it straight, I am always the last here.
If you're ever the first, Smokey, it's because you were so late to the last stream, you were early to this one. Smokey making me deep throat chocolate.
You dirty girl, do you like it when your mouth is full?
Yes, Daddy.
This basic bitch stupid streamer can't even get his camera right? Fuck freeze frames. Now do it again but with a Toblerone. In. Oh, there it goes, that's the face only a mother can love.
Imagine me mid-swallow, oh my god. Hold your swallow, tighten that throat. It'd be like being shit. Pretty bad. Agreed, Smokey. Definitely, it's definitely a toke time.
You were chewing my guy.
Oh, I was definitely chewing, Zoinko. Ads! Oh, fuck! Ads! No one likes ads! Get out of here, ads! I should do a command like chase? Or it should be called ads. And it should be like attempts to chase away the ads. Something like that. That would be hilarious. Skip ads. Smokey's lucky he's on Kick. Kick doesn't have ads. If you don't want ads, go to Kick. Another bug problem. What is Atquoods? I spelt ads wrong, Zoink. Premium edition. You mean Turbo? Do you have Twitch Prime or Twitch Turbo? Beezus needs Kick. I have Premium edition. I don't have ads. Well, look at you, Zoinko, Mr. Big and Fancy with the premium, bro. Which means who has ads right now, then? Who knows? But, I mean, it says that the ads are live, so we should go with ads live. OBS got me fucked up. I don't think anyone? I mean, I don't know. It is what it is. So confusing is like algebra. I got an ad, but that's because it's my stream. Ads are broken. Let's go. Hell yeah, buddy. Fuck ads. Shouldn't force ads on you at all. I think you should be able to be ad
for
free.
redeeming chair dance. Hitox will now dance for you.
I'm literally about to take a
enjoy
toke,
this
Smokey. At
immersive
least it wasn't
experience.
mid-toke. Fair enough. At least it wasn't mid-toke. Did the boobies not go off? Oh, it's because it is from,
Keep
I guess it
dancing,
doesn't,
bitches,
it doesn't take effect yet, so I won't do it yet.
Where is
It's
the
from
mid-outfit
Kick.
emote?
It's from Kick. Kick only has one option. You can either do an image or a sound. Smokey is the best. He knows how to
You
play
did good,
it.
you can rest now, babe.
Okay. Now they do take the talk. It is okay. We can do that now. It is no worries. Where is it? I don't hear it going. There it is. I sometimes I have access to the booba. You are a very true, Smokey. You are a very smart man. You are a very, very smart man. He knows what he is doing. We have to get this joke done now. It is all about taking this joke. I will try to spam all the emoji and then try to cover up all of your screen. No, don't do that, Zonko. I'd advise against doing that, good sir. Not the armpit. Oh no, not the goon. Don't take the goon. That is a bad one. It is a turn off for everyone. You're making me die. Stop making that sound. What does sound? What are you talking about? Oh god, yes. Oh yes, goon. Goon is very good. You're making me joke with the dumb drum. I don't understand what you mean, good sir. I don't know what you are doing. It is okay. Don't worry. It is okay. Do not redeem. Oh no. That is not. Do not redeem. It is almost. Please do not redeem. If you redeem, that will not allow you to get it. They will remove the process.
Go back to normal, bitch. This shit-ass accent is killing me.
True. I mean, it is my birthday. Right? So today might just be a toking stream. Birthday toke! Let's go! I should have cleaned the bong for this, but I was lazy as fuck. I think I'll go live around 4 or 5 a.m. I am toking. Hell yeah, Smokey. Let's sync toke, bro. Sync toke! 3, 2, 1, sync toke! Hell yeah, book. Get on that streaming diet. Okay, guys. I think we are finally here. I think we're at the moment that we need to be, which is... TMI Zoinko. True. The fuck out of my head. No, you need a bidet, bro. You need a bidet. All about the bidet. Bidet is super underrated. Well, you're obviously a dude, Zoink. Both! Smokey, both! 100% teenager. Yeah, he's like a 12-year-old kid. And he acts like a fucking 12-year-old kid. Which, I don't fault him if he is a 12-year-old kid. But Smokey, you do act your age in the fact that you understand the nuances of trolling. Whereas Zoinko is just a fucking troll. Oh, before we start, guys, I saw this clip, and I thought it would be perfect for the stream, because it's why I love Artosis so much. We should have Invisible Men production on here. Yep.
I cry every day when I get off the fucking stream. Just go upstairs and sob. And my wife hits me with a paddle because apparently I like fucking pain and misery.
Look at Artosis. You should get a fucking Emmy for this. Like some directed by Michael Bay shit.
Of course I sit to piss. My weak Terran legs aren't strong enough to hold me standing. And my tiny fucking Terran micro penis can't aim at the toilet. And before I go, I have to say, Daddy Protoss, may I please pee in the toilet?
Oh my god. Artosis is great. It's because he plays Terran, and Terran is the hardest race, and he fucking hates it, but he'll never stop playing Terran. And it's like, his analogy of Terran versus Protoss is a guy in a wheelchair with a popsicle stick, and he's taking on a bear in the forest. And it's like, yeah, technically you could do it if you do all the exact right moves. You poke them in the eyes and poke them in the nose. You wear them down. You gotta make sure that you're sharpening the popsicle stick as you go, and just wheeling around, doing wheelies and backflips and shit. Cat gender is a real gender. Ooh, Smokey, where did you get those from? Ooh, that's fancy. Damn, look at that. Jiggle, 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 jiggle. Woo, boy, 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 boy. That's some big stuff right there, buddy boy. Bootylicious. Hell yeah. That's what we talking about, brother. Alright, but we are once again back with Write with Claire phrase. How to write a book in first-person POV with examples. Ooh, super excited for this. So,
I write my books in first-person point of view. So in this video, I'm going to break down exactly how first person is used by going through an example and explaining all of the different ways that first person functions so that you can better understand it and learn to employ it in your own story. I made a video on this channel sharing the pros and cons to first person to help you examine whether it was right for your story and make the decision as to whether you...
why is the word booty censored to me? You might have, why ain't you shaking that booty yet and made a emote e-talk? No one asked me to. Straight up. No one asked me to. I ain't giving that shit away for free. Yeah, sure, I'll do it when I'm on a bikini day. But it's gotta be like on a bikini day. Because you can't see shit in these sweatpants. On the 24-hour stream, that is going to be interesting. It will be shaking front and back. Well, it's basically non-existent book, so it doesn't matter. But, essentially, I have no ass either, though. It is what it is.
Wanted to write in first person, but this video is focused
I can
on
only
the
speak
technical
sign language.
how to write in first person, going through
Just skin
an
and
example
bone.
in depth,
Sad,
breaking it
small
down,
butt club.
and showing
True.
you exactly what the author did and how they were able to utilize.
That's why I have these guys. Where is it? Where is it? That's not it. There it is. That's why I have these. Whoops. It's my padded butt. Fake butt. No, this is butt. Not my boobs, this is my butt. This is shorts. This is my fake butt. 'Cause I don't have a butt. It is what it is, right? It's Mr. Beast now. Snack that shit for me. Yeah, you guys want to give me a spanking? Here we go. Pop this out, because it's kind of fucking weird. No one can hear shit, book buyer. I'm just in my own little corner doing my own little thing. I was going to say, oh golly. The shit things have been heard on the outside of this room. Oh. It is what it is, though.
First person in order to tell the story in the most effective way.
True.
There are some things that first person does that are unique to first person and that are hard to replicate in other points of view. So I'm going to talk about all of that today, and
I would
But before we get started, hello and welcome to my channel. If you are new here, my name is Claire Fraze, and I'm an award-winning author who makes videos on this channel sharing actionable writing tips that helps me make my own writing better.
True.
I'm the author of the 5-book paranormal thriller They Stay series. I published my debut novel when I was 16, and I am a firm believer that every writer is very different, so what works for me
I'm sat outside and it's raining so bad. Why is my follow age
as a writer is
restarted? Zoink, it's because you unfollowed and then refollowed, bro.
things that work for me and helped me improve my craft.
No, he unfollowed and then refollowed. He told me he did.
So that you can experiment and try things if you want to and discover what things do fit with your brain and your process. So subscribe if that sounds interesting to you, and without further ado, I'm just gonna dive in. If you're watching this video, I'm gonna assume that you already know what first person is and have made the decision to write a story in first person.
Hell yeah,
If you're
Smokey.
interested in learning what first person is and getting a general overview of the pros and cons to this point of view style, I made another video on it, which I will link in the description of this one, but this video is going to be focused on the more technical implementation of first person. So if you are looking for an overview, go watch that other video and then come back to this one if you have decided to move forward and want to write a story in first person. Books written in the first person are told through the eyes of one main character. That character filters everything that happens in the story through their own point of view and shares their point of view with the reader. So the reader, instead of going through the story and being told the story by an objective narrator, like John walked
You are
into
in
the
for it
coffee
now,
shop
sweetheart.
and
Take those
took a
sexy
seat.
glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
And the whole point of the first person aspect is the getting the reader to, like, the character to confide in the reader. And for the reader to feel like they're beside Husai, listening to him talk, watching him experience everything he's experiencing. And I feel it brings closer to the character. Because they can express their true inner self with it. Basically, it's to get into your main character's brain. Third is brain adjacent. Yeah, it's more like how they think as opposed to what they're thinking book. I think that's the distinction, is like, you know, very important distinction.
I miss my sexy librarian. You can put those sweet sight setters back in place, slut.
How did you get a OG name like a book buyer? Didn't you say, Book, that you were like super adamant about taking that name? Had this username for 20 plus years. Oh, I believe it. That's why I like my username. It's unique. No one has it except
Wounds
for
is
me.
live.
Not on Twitch, but in general. Wow, it was 6. Damn.
By the window, you would say, I walked into the coffee shop and took a seat by the window. But
Okay, we don't need to know that. Incorrect use of an apostrophe there, book buyer. Do
because
account
a book
age.
told in the first person
I know I have a terrible grammar.
is filtered through the perspective of one protagonist, not only do you get what that protagonist sees and how they see the world, but you
Levi,
also
no
get
one cares. Neva, welcome, welcome. Grammar police has arrived.
to experience their experience as they live for the
you
world
hate
and get
me.
to hear all of their opinions of everything that is going on around them. A good first-person point of view is not an objective point of view. It is meant to be very authentic to one particular.
My spelling is ours.
Character, and
I can't follow myself. Because if I go to my channel, there's no option. There's no option to follow myself. Yeah, see, I can't even do it on Kick. The grammar bitch. So I've been told that many times. Of course not, you narcissist. So I give up on PoE? No, I didn't necessarily give up on PoE, Smokey. If you want to play PoE, I'm down to play PoE. But this guy who came in yesterday, his name is Bomb Dropper, and he suggested this game for me. And not gonna lie, it looked pretty fun. So we bought it, And we're going to try it today. And if we don't like it, we're just going to refund it. I know, Bomb Dropper. I quite like policing grammar. It's a fun exercise. I mean, it teaches people, Levi. That's a good thing. I'm glad for that because I wouldn't know otherwise. And I'd keep making the same mistakes.
And that character will show you the world as they experience it, whether it's right or they're wrong. So I'm going to analyze one of the best examples of a really good first-person point of view, which is the book The Fault in Our Stars by John Green. This book is incredibly well written. It's really voicey. It gets you right into the head of the main character and does all of the things that you want to do when you're writing a first-person book. So I'm going to go through the first chapter and pick and
Spam AI generated. I already did that. You want to see my collection of newly acquired AI generated? Where is it? Is it in here? Oh my god, I can never find this thing. Where the hell did I put it? Oh, okay, I know where it is. I'm fucking retarded. I'm fucking retarded. I know why I can never find it. It's because it's in a stupid place. But that's just because it needs to be there. So check out all of this shit. So tell me what you guys think of this. Levi, I totally did grammar too, but I got sick of being told to stop. People don't understand. We... Pedantics, new word. Now I just think idiots. If they don't want to learn, that's their own fault. Now that I'm thinking about this, there's actually a couple pictures in here. Or did I not say... No, I don't think I saved those ones. For some reason, it kind of went off the wall with this one. Well, it's supposed to look AI. It's fucked up. But I think it still look like... If you just kind of look at it for a second, and you don't really, like, think about it, right? This guy? That's pretty much what Husai looks like, man. He's like fucking He-Man. He's beef as fuck. And he's a two-handed, ambidextrous warrior. Stay on the scrolls, way sexier. Yeah, don't look closely at their faces. Feels bad, I broke my toilet. What about that one? Does that do you better, book buyer? Better or worse? How about that? Okay, the mossy bitches didn't flag quite as quickly. Broke myself and I wanted to because I was so bored. I mean, it came up with some pretty interesting landscapes. Supposed to break the toilet paper. How else are you supposed to wipe? I was wondering why I was so hot. Stupid pillow stole my cool. Polybuzz is the best game ever. No idea what that is. But yeah, we got quite a bit of fucking images. I think that's all of them. But yeah, quite an array of AI images. Like 70 or 80 of them. Only like a couple of them were really good. Might sleep for a while. Sounds good, book.
To illustrate all of the really cool things that you can and should do when you're writing a book in first person. I'm just going to start reading the first chapter. Late in the winter of my 17th year, my mother decided I was depressed. Presumably because I rarely left the house, spent quite a lot of time in bed, read the same book over and over, ate infrequently, and devoted quite a bit of my abundant free time to thinking about death. Whenever you read a cancer booklet or website or whatever, they always list depression among the side effects of cancer. But in fact, depression is not a side effect of cancer. Depression is a side effect of dying. Cancer is also a side effect of dying. Almost everything is, really. But my mom believed I required treatment, so she took me to see my regular Dr. Jim, who agreed that I was veritably swimming in a paralyzing and totally clinical depression, and that therefore my meds should be adjusted, and also I should attend a weekly support group. So the most striking thing in this first passage is how strong the voice of this character is. Having a strong voice is really important when you're writing fiction. Your voice is what makes your book special, and what makes your book stand out against other
First
books.
stream ideas for later and figure out a schedule for it. Hell yeah, book, that's what it's all about. And why do you even have so much AI generated photos? Because I made these, book. Because I made these, Zoink. I'll show you for TikTok. And I'm making them on, like, all of the React video notes that I do. Let's see if I can find this shit again. So these are the ones that we made. We have Final Battle. Yeah, so if you look at the photos in the background, right? We took the best one of, like, each of them. And that's the final fight. TikTok is banned in Hong Kong, China.
Now, voice is a very vague subject, and it's a really difficult piece of criticism to receive if someone says you don't have a strong enough voice in your book, because what does that really mean? So I did make another video really diving into voice that I recommend you go over and watch. If
sure, Zoinko, you're everything.
What voice is and how to work to improve voice in your writing. But voice is one of those nebulous, je ne sais quoi elements to writing that you either have or you don't have, so it makes it tricky to work on, but if you are persistent enough, you can start to hone in on your...
They're not photos because they're not captured by a camera or some other imaging technique. Yeah, but I'm still going to call them photos.
Voice is not something that is unique to first-person writing, but in first person, you have to use voice in a slightly different way. Because every author has a voice, and writers who write in the third person have a voice that is perhaps close to their authorial voice. But when you're writing in the first person, not only does your voice have to be true to yourself as an author, but it also has to be true to that point of view character. Your point of view character should have a voice that is unique to them. Because when you're writing first person, you as the author are
Half-Life 2 is the best game in the world.
It is.
I could definitely see an argument for that, Levi.
The author who's writing this from the perspective of somebody else, but that somebody else, that character, is the one who is speaking to the reader and telling the story. So we want that character's voice to be the one that shines through, not only your voice as the author. John Green may not be the best example of this because a lot of his main characters have similarities with the way that they speak and the sense of humor that they have that I think very closely mirrors his own. But if you're reading a book narrated by multiple first-person point-of-view narrators, you will find that there are differences in the way that they phrase things and the way that they see the world. And reading one chapter that is narrated by one person is going to feel different than reading another chapter narrated by a different character.
Yeah.
So what are the first impressions that we get of Hazel in this passage? Right off the bat, we can tell it's really conversational, but not crazy conversational. Like, you can tell this is somebody that takes...
That's ads, and we'll just pause the video and take a toke for ads. Why does it not? Huh? No, it's considered not obscene. What's the word? It starts with a D. It's not distasteful. Derogatory.
You should be called Itoki.
Itoki. True, Levi. Levi, if you didn't know, it's my birthday today. I know it says it in the stream title, but, like, it's actually officially really my birthday today. So guess what my brother bought me? What? 345, motherfucker! Jesus fucking Christ, this thing is heavy! Chocolate bars. Lots of fucking chocolate bars. Cause he is a amazing brother. But yeah. Man, the ad break's over, and I haven't even taken the toke yet. We know how to skip ads, boys. We skip over those ads. Fuck those ads. Get out of here, ads. That's what we say to ads. We say, ads, you get out of here. No one wants your ads. Bullshit.
This basic bitch stupid streamer can't even get his camera right. Fuck freeze frames.
I'm not freeze framing that.
Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother can love.
True.
That understands almost like they're starting some sort of narration, and they are smart in the way that they're phrasing things, and they're phrasing things almost like they want it to sound formal, like late in the winter of my 17th year is a very formal way of saying that, but what comes next is not very formal. Like,
just broke a cactus? Damn, Zoink.
It's very informal.
This basic
Spent
bitch
quite a lot of
stupid
time.
streamer can't
It's
even
pretty
get his
informal.
camera right. Fuck freeze frames. Woof. Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother can love.
Formal. Quite a bit of my abundant
True.
free time
And at GG.
is informal. And then when you get to the second passage, when you
Don't
say,
even try it, Zoinko. I will fucking ban you.
Whatever. That's another indication that it's a really informal way of narrating, and that's something that somebody would say when they're speaking. Like, cancer
So
is
I hope
also
you
a side
didn't
effect
get
of dying.
stuck
Almost
by that
everything
cactus. True, Neva.
is really. The comma really bit makes it sound very informal. But you also get the impression from reading this that the narrator is educated, she's smart, she clearly has a very dry sense of humor because the subject matter is so dark, but she's talking about it in a very lighthearted,
I hit it with a slipper.
not lighthearted, but like dry, humorous tone, like very matter of fact, and clearly it's heavy and clearly it weighs on her, but she is poking fun at it and being snarky about it and not wallowing in the misery of it all, but still uses words like veritably. In this passage, Hazel's also really blunt. It's clear that she doesn't shy away from talking
True,
about these
Neva.
really heavy subjects. She uses a lot of irony and dark humor to talk about the heavy things that happen to her. It's really difficult to break down a passage and try to figure out how the author was able to create the voice of a...
It's like, you know what you're doing.
character in that passage, because voice goes into every single word choice and just the order of everything that you say. And I have found that in my quest to try to figure out voice, because I got a piece of feedback about a year ago that my writing wasn't voicey enough, and I couldn't figure out what that meant. I kept trying to figure out how I was supposed to improve on that. I share my findings in my video that I made on voice, so I'm not going to go through all of my findings here because that would take too long, but I did find that there's just no way to fake it, and that you have to practice getting into somebody else's head and staying locked into that person's psyche in order to figure out how to like write in that person's voice. It's really tricky. One trick that really did help me was watching videos of my favorite TV characters speaking and then trying to replicate their voice without listening to them and writing something completely unrelated, but writing it in that character's voice. And that taught me how to click into other characters' voices. But this sort of conversational voice and the uniqueness of a voice to a narrator character is something that is pretty unique to first person. And you still get that in third person a little bit, but more so in dialogue you get unique voices. You get to have more of a narrator voice when you're writing in third person, but in first person, that entire...
Sorry, Zoe. Biological demon, heart attack, diabetes. No, guys, I have a black hole in my stomach that eats everything. So no matter what I eat, I don't gain weight. It's okay, don't worry about it.
Narration has to be in that character's voice. So if you have a character that really loves dry humor, you have to have the dry humor in the actual narration of your book. So let's keep reading. This support group featured a rotating cast of characters in various states of tumor.
Okay, I'm not so sure about this one, guys.
Why did the cast rotate? A side effect of dying. The support group, of course, was depressing as hell. It met every Wednesday in the basement of a stone-walled Episcopal church shaped like a cross. We all sat in a circle right in the middle of the cross, where the two boards...
Should I hide in the closet? One means yes, two means no. I mean, what?
I noticed this because Patrick, the support group leader and the only person over 18 in the room, talked about the heart of Jesus every freaking meeting. All about how we, as young cancer survivors, were sitting right in Christ's very sacred heart and whatever. So here's how it went in God's heart. The 6 or 7 or 10 of us walked/wheeled in, grazed at the decrepit selection of cookies and lemonade, sat down in the circle of trust, and listened to Patrick recount for the 1000th time his depressingly miserable life story. How he had cancer in his balls, and they thought he was going to die, but he didn't die, and now here he is, a full-grown adult in a church basement in the 137th nicest city in America, divorced, addicted to video games...
Jesus! Did I just join you listening to a sermon? No, Beezus, this is the very first chapter of, oh fuck, what's it called? The Fault in My Stars. Because we're doing first person. So she's reading a chapter from a book in first person.
Eking out a meager living by...
But how's it going, Beezus? Welcome, welcome. Beezus, it's my birthday today! Yeah. Right.
Cancer-tastic past, slowly working his way towards a master's degree.
Happy birthday, man. 19, right? I'm old enough now, Beezus. Oh my god. True, Beezus, true. So my brother got me $30 worth of fucking candy. Would you blow up? candy. The entire fucking bag. It's like 60 chocolate bars. Oh, 63 chocolate bars. Almost retirement age. We got Butterfingers. We got Crispy Crunch. We got Wonder Bars, which I throated earlier. If everyone... okay, just for a treat for everyone, because Smokey is smart enough to do it. Here is me throating a chocolate bar. That thing took forever. Wonder Bar was not the right bar to do with that. You're actually a freak. True. Oh my god.
His career prospects, waiting, as we all do, for the sword of Damocles to give him the relief that he escaped lo those many years ago when cancer took both of his nuts but spared what only the most generous soul would call his life. And you too might be so lucky. So, in this passage, we get a pretty good idea about how Hazel feels about this entire situation. And that's the next thing that you do when you're writing in first person, is your...
Ooh, two. Did you know you can bypass your gag reflex by just freezing, by squeezing your thumb? Well, doesn't matter, I don't have a gag reflex, Levi. But that's interesting. How the hell does that work? I'm not so sure about that.
Your narrator character, shares their opinions. First person.
Sharing opinions. Maybe it was in my head, but I tried that once and just threw up a few inches deep. You know what's good
GTG
practice?
to Polybuzz,
Oh
the
no,
best
I
game
haven't
ever.
read The Fault in Our Stars. Sorry. I haven't read it either. I just watched the movie, right? I just happened to see the movie. Never read it. Didn't know it was in first person, though. But yeah, Beezus. Trick. I'll teach you now. Brush your tongue. Just start slow and just over time work your way further and further back until eventually, you know, you're like, what? My toothbrush disappeared. Oh shit. Bye, Zoink. Have a good night. Enjoy the game.
Reports the world around the character through that character's eyes. We as the audience don't see things how they are. We see things as the character sees them. A flower could objectively be really beautiful, but if your character thinks it sucks, you have to write on the page that flower sucks. Hazel clearly is not the biggest fan of this support group. She doesn't outright say she doesn't like the support group, but we get that from the narration. Like, Gray's did a decrepit selection of
Afternoon,
cookies
not
and
night.
lemonade.
You're a
Clearly not
trip.
a huge fan.
Thanks,
Listens back
Neva.
for the
I try to
1000th
be the
time,
shrooms that
depressingly
you can
miserable
consume
life story.
all
Full-grown adults
of
in a
the
church basement,
time.
137th nicest city in the world. What only the most generous soul would call his life. This is not a glowing review on Patrick or his life. Hazel clearly hates it.
Hell yeah.
But there could be another character.
That sounded
in the
like a
story
Rick and
that we
Morty
don't hear
line.
from at all.
You never know.
But one of the other 6 or 7 kids in this circle who loves this support group, who really looks up to Patrick, who looks forward to seeing the other kids in the support group, just, you know, for the sake of argument. It could be one of the highlights of their week. They could be really excited to go. They could be over the moon to be there. And if the story were being told from that character's point of view, this would not be the description that we get of the support group. And objectively, the support group might not all be that bad, but because of Hazel and her personal experience, she doesn't want to be there, and so she's giving a really negative description of the support group and of Patrick, who, for all we know, could, by this point of the book, could be a pretty decent guy. So when you're writing in the first person present, you throw in as many opinions as you possibly can. We want, as the readers, to hear how your character sees the world and what they think about it. The objective descriptions of everything don't matter as much. You want to filter everything through the opinions of your character, because that's what is going to make them sound like they are a very engaging narrator. If you had a character that just went around describing things exactly as they are, like the curtains are blue, the walls are yellow, the painting has trees in it, it's a landscape. It's a lot more interesting to say that painting is hideous and those people are ugly and those trees look too skinny than it is to just say it's a painting and there are trees on the painting and two people on the painting. So when you're writing in the first person, lean into those opinions because it's going to make your prose come to life and make your voice sound more compelling. So now I'm going to read you the passage where Hazel describes herself right after she looks at Augustus Waters and I think makes eye contact with him and then starts to get a little bit self-conscious because he's a cute boy in support group. I looked away, suddenly conscious of my myriad insufficiencies. I was wearing old jeans, which had once been tight but now sagged in weird places, and a yellow t-shirt advertising a band I didn't even like anymore. Also my hair. I had this page boy haircut and I hadn't even bothered to brush it. Furthermore, I had ridiculously fat chipmunk cheeks, a side effect of treatment. I looked like a normally proportioned person with a balloon for a head. This was not even to mention the cankle situation, and yet, I cut a glance to him, and his eyes were still on me. So this is very voicey. There are opinions running amok in this paragraph. She has tons of strong opinions about herself and the way that she looks. But also, in this passage, you get a lot of information that the readers wouldn't otherwise get, like inner information.
Get across inside information. Oh god, guys, we're inside trading! I did not like that passage in the slightest. Yeah, not for me. You know, genre in and of itself is not for me.
About
Then again, I do not like teenage girl books. Exactly, right? It's like, that's not what I'm looking for. Give me a Space Marine Titus any day. That's what Husai is. Husai's that fucking older kind of manly fucking built as fucking gonna fuck you up with a two-handed sword motherfucker. He don't beat around the fucking bush, but he's still intelligent and logical, and he's not retarded. He's just out of practice. Dudes punching aliens and demons in the face. Well, wait for it, because Duarte is a monk and he uses his fists, and he is ready to fuck up, because I don't know if you were here, Beezus, but we came up with the entire story arc for Duarte and Viola. So Cullis dies because he's a journeyman, but the adventurers that hired him to be a journeyman for them basically go around killing journeymen. So Duarte and Viola eventually expose them and basically create the laws and structure around disarming and taking away the license of adventurers who are bad actors. And that's what their whole arc is about, is basically creating a part of the government that oversees making sure the integrity of adventurers. Because this has never really been taken seriously as an issue before. Which is probably one of the main reasons why there's such a high adventurer death rate. Talks. Have you got any writings on AO3? He doesn't have an account. What is AO3? I should make an account right now if I don't have an account on it. What is it? Oh, that's that archive thing where I said I was doing too many things. Get an invitation. Add to our queue. Yay, we estimate that you'll receive an invitation around July 4th. Okay, there we go. I guess I applied. So we'll have it ready for July 10th, guys. But if you want my writings, Neva, this is where 90% of them are. Three is pretty much just lesbian and yaoi smut at this point. Well, then oh guys, I came up with a title for it. Okay, it's called Bondage, Water Sports, and More: A Collection of Explicit Encounters. And then just put all my smut short stories up there. No worries, Neva. Always glad to have someone want to read that stuff. There's also, if you want to go and support anyone... Do I not have it open? Here it is. Anyone in the Discord, we have the Writers Unleashed community group, where everyone posts all of their... Except, I don't know why this is in here. I'm actually going to delete this, because this shouldn't be in here. Okay. This is for specifically posting all of your wherever your writings are posted, essentially. I guess I never put Scribble Hub on there, so I can put Scribble Hub on there. There we go. There's the link for the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord yet. Jenny Bob! What's up? Hi! How's it going? Welcome, welcome. No worries, Neva. Always glad to have someone else joining up in there. Are you a writer, Jenny? Are you a reader? Do you enjoy stories? I don't know why I got distracted there. That's what we all about around here, telling stories and learning. Yes, I like to read. Oh, that is wonderful. Well, if you would like to join the Discord, there's a ton of people that have a lot of writings in there. If you want to support people in the stream, feel free to hop into the Discord and check out, the Writers Unleashed Community Hub. Or, there's some other stuff probably posted around there because, some of that stuff is pretty new. So, yeah. Anyways, we shall go back to the video. Get across inside information.
About motivations and thoughts and history.
Motivation. Thoughts. History.
That an outside
Oh shit, thank you for the follow, Jenny Bob!
I hope you are enjoying.
Oh, we need a toke for that one. Welcome to the birthday stream. It's always good to be the middle of the fucking year. I have the birthday. I have the best birthday in the world. Literally halfway through the year.
Baby. What? When did you start smoking? 1989-ish. So
True.
you have been lying. Now makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack a day, boys.
All right. Okay. Thank you again for the follow, Jenny Bob.
may not be able to dig into.
Fuck
Third
you
person
in.
limited.
Nope. Bitch, try again, Smokey. Try again, motherfucker.
You can get some of this in, but this is an extremely close narration that digs really deep
You gotta distract me first with something,
into
bruh.
somebody's psyche, and you don't get this same level of
It's like a laugh, get me to close my eyes, smack me with the ends, and I'm dead.
in third person limited. So there's tons of information here that you wouldn't otherwise get that's not objective, that's very personal, that only she could provide in her thoughts. A yellow t-shirt advertising a band I didn't even like anymore. Somebody looking at her wouldn't know that she didn't like that band anymore. That's only something she would be able to tell you. Like, I hadn't even bothered to, like, brush it. She is the only one who knows that she didn't brush her hair in the morning. Someone looking at her would just say that it was messy, but she said she didn't brush it this morning. Now, this can be a real strength to first person. It can also be limiting, because while you do get the serious depth of narration and closeness between the reader and your character, your main character can only infer what other people are thinking. You cannot get into anybody else's head.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is where Doomer Cole! Welcome, welcome. How's it going, brother? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Are you a writer, a reader, a purveyor of stories and the like and such? Do you enjoy tales that provoke an essence of your soul, that bring forth a true vision of a world you may have never seen? I like reading. Hell yeah, brother, that's what it's all about. You would you can join up on the Discord there if you want, and we got a channel here where everyone posts all of their writings and everything like that. So if you want to support anyone in the stream, feel free to hop in the Discord and, you know, go give some of the stories a view. Unfortunately, Sean isn't here today. Hell yeah, brother. Sean isn't here today, so maybe actually I'll just post Sean's in there if you guys want to check out Sean as well. He's like, today is the first day in like 3 or 4 months that Sean is not here. Last time he was late, he was shopping. But other than that, he has never missed a day, so it's kind of ridiculous. So yeah, go check out Sean. This is one of his stories on Royal Road. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow, Doomer Co. I'll have to take back-to-back tokes for this one, guys. We're getting super high today. It's a fucking birthday for real, boys. Big 34. Big 34. Getting old, big man Francis. Welcome, welcome, good sir. How is it going, brother? How are you today? It's my birthday.
3-pack a day, boys.
It's my birthday. Today's my birthday. I forgot to also pin a message because today's my official birthday, but the birthday party stream is... Oh, it's under bookmarks. Here it is. Yeah, so...
Wow, it's official B-Day stream plus 1 year anniversary of streaming plus 24 hours stream and RAM trophy giveaway on July 10th.
Hell
Same start
yeah.
as always, every day. 12:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, 11:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Pin that up in there. There we go. You're a writer, yet every TTS message you send sounds like it's coming from an orc. Well, let's see if you're right about that. I'm a Dunmer! Too bad. I'm an elf today, boys. That's what it's all about. Alright, okay, back to it.
Only get into your
I need to take a toke. And apparently we're on an ad break? I don't know. It said we're going to an ad break, but Kick doesn't get ad breaks, so fuck it. It is what it is. Beezus, you're going to be the one to tell us. Are we in an ad break? Cool hat? Oh, thanks. It's Mr. Meeseeks. I'm Mr. Meeseeks. Look at me. I'm Mr. Meeseeks. True. Rick and Morty's the shit, boys. No ads? Alright, well, let's get going, boys. Back at her. By the way, the YouTube channel is Right with Claire Phrase. If you want to go support her, feel free. Here is the link for that. Give her a like. So far, this channel's been pretty decent.
Character's head. So if you're writing in the first person, you want to make sure that that main character has a very interesting head that is or inner life and inner brain that can carry your entire story, and that you don't need to rely on information from other characters in order to tell the story that you need to tell. So voice, opinions, and inside information.
One big thing, since we're writing in first person, the biggest thing is going to be confusing the reader. And that's going to be, you know, A is presented as truth. B is presented as truth. A and B contradict each other. Reader wonders, wait, both of those can't be true. And then event happens in the real world that shows that actually both of those characters are wrong and C is actually true. And then you just have like a bunch of different combinations of that formula, and that's usually how I build with things. Is I take something that's foundationally important in real life, I create a formula out of it, and then I use that formula to create different instances of the same thing, basically, in different ways. And that gives a complete structure and, like, full range. And I find that's the best way to get range. I don't think people talk about range enough, which is, like, how far you're going with each thing that you're trying to press, and how overall presented it is in the book. It's like, are there parts of this arc that are, let's say, missing in a sense? And it's like, there should be stuff like that in a first-person view, in my opinion, that leaves outside questions in the reader's head. That they're like, oh, you know, they never it's not that they never really answered a question, it's that no one ever posed this question, you came up with your own question that no one in the book ever asked. And that's kind of like things that I want to have, and then when you've done reading the book and you go back, you should be able to answer those questions through subtext and understanding as if it's like New Game Plus. That's kind of like the idea of the book, is you have to read it twice.
Are three of the main things that you should pay attention to when you're writing in the first person. Those are the things that really differentiate first person from most other point of view styles, and those are the things that are going to bring your first person narration to life and make it really seem like another full-fledged human being of a character is telling you this story. But this
True.
example from The Fault in Our Stars was told in first person present tense, past. So the main character, Hazel, was telling you a story that already happened. Like Hazel says, I looked away instead of I look away. She's recounting something that happened in the past instead of narrating something that is happening right now. I don't write in first person past, I write in first person present. Because when I wrote in first person past tense, I fell into the trap of telling way too much. This is probably because
I don't think I've ever written a single chapter in the same tense. Beezus, you know me. Remember, look back a month ago, I could not stop writing in first person. Every time I swapped to third person, like, I'd like blank out and I'd just I'd swap back to first person. And I have to go back through the story and change like all the I's to he's, all the me's to he's, or his, you know, kind of thing. But notice, I don't do that anymore. That's learning and building on your writing. The noticeable, tangible progress.
I wasn't voicey enough and I didn't know how to create a voice that was compelling enough to carry a story, but I fell into the trap of the story feeling very much like I'm telling you a story right now instead of showing you the story as it's unfolding, and that's why I switched to first person present tense, because everything just clicked in my head better. A book
I refuse to do it. I'll pay an editor to do it down the line when it's ready for one. Just get AI to do it, Beezus. it worked for me. I mean, I put all the stories in every single tense, and it seemed to work fine. I mean, if you go back through and edit it a little bit, but like it's way easier than doing it yourself.
Like The Fault in Our Stars is really engaging, but that is partly because Hazel is a very engaging narrator, and even though she's recounting stuff and kind of telling you the story at the beginning, her voice is engaging and her opinions are engaging enough that you don't get pulled out of the story because of that. Quite the opposite, you get pulled into the story because you just want to.
AI isn't as good as professional editors quite yet. Oh no, but I mean just start with it, Bees, because the less work they have to do, the less you have to pay them.
Hear her talking about her life more. But what I really like about first person present tense is that it adds a lot of urgency to the things that are happening. First person past allowed me to get a little bit too retrospective about the storytelling and pulled me out of the moment. And first person present tense forces me to stay grounded in the moment. So I'm going to read to you a short passage from the second book in my series to illustrate what I mean. This is written in first person present tense. Long grass bends with the wind over by the edge of the labyrinth. The rain is coming down so hard I might as well not be wearing a coat. Francesca, I call, scanning the tree line. Francesca, where are you? I'm standing alone by the telephone pole that marks the center of the field. I figured this would be the best place to stand because here Leonard will see me no matter which direction he comes from, and I'm going to look like an easy target. Miles and Jonah are hanging back, hiding near the mouth of the trail and waiting for Leonard to take the bait. The bait being me. Francesca, I scream even louder. I'm here to rescue you. Snap. I whip around, but it's just the wind breaking off a naked, spindly branch. First person present puts you right in the moment with the character. Right now, this character doesn't know if the outcome of the scene is going to be good or bad. You as the reader are right there with them as they experience the things that happen in the scene, which to me makes it more exciting. But I also write thrillers and mysteries, which is a different genre from The Fault in Our Stars, and first person present tense would not work as well as first person past does in that book. But all of the same things apply to a first person present tense. You still want it to be voicey, you still want the characters to share their opinions, and you get to still reveal all these things that readers might not otherwise get to know about your characters and their situation. So that's it for my in-depth analysis on first-person present tense and how it's used in prose.
Egg salad.
I hope that video is helpful. I know that I wasn't able to go into serious depth about voice, but that's because it's such a huge subject, and I spent a lot of time writing and working on my voice video, so I say everything a lot better in that video, and I recommend go checking that out if you want to learn more about voice. If you have a second, I'd be super grateful if you could like this video and also subscribe to my channel. Do you like writing books in the first person? Have you written a story in the first person? If so, do you like writing in past tense or present tense? And do you have any tips for how you learned to write in the first person effectively? If you do, pop them down in the comments. I'd love to hear what you have to say. There is so much more to writing in the first person than simply just changing the tenses. It's a completely different style and artistic form of writing. I love writing in this tense so much, so I would love to commiserate with other people who share my love for it. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a fantastic week, and as always, happy writing. I hope you have a fantastic week, everyone.
All right. So, notes are done. Now, for pizza parties. All right, let's see if we can find a way to word this properly. Okay, the idea behind this is companies and how companies prefer what do you call it? Optics over reality. I guess actually that would have been a better title, is optics over reality. But it has to do with pizza parties. And the reason why companies throw pizza parties instead of actually helping their employees fix their fucking problems. Because if employees didn't have problems, we wouldn't need pizza parties. And it's like, so I'm gonna tell you guys a story. And this is just a conspiracy. Guys, this is just a conspiracy, okay? Okay? But the last time we did donations at Walmart, for some reason, well, I know the reason. Every single cashier got like an award for getting donations except me. Talks, thanks, man. You always make me smile. We always need pizza parties. Well, yeah, but if it's like, if you're like, man, I'm like overscheduled and there's no one ever here. I'm working 3 jobs at once. You want me on SCO, you want me on cash, and you want me on customer service all at the same time. Well, seeing I can't leave either of the places. Like, go fuck yourselves. But now you're gonna be like, oh, it's okay, we're throwing a pizza party. No, bro, it's not okay. Hire more people or get people that actually fucking show up to work, bro. And don't bitch at me because you don't have enough fucking employees. There's a dollar for dollar thing. A pizza party is very cheap, but a 50-cent pay raise is actually really expensive. Well, it's not even that, Levi. It's like fixing staffing issues and making sure that the store has enough people in it. Not taking 8.5 months to fire someone who never showed up for a single shift, and then say the reason that we can't have any new employees is because we have too many. It's because we have like 8 or 9 employees that like never show up, but they're still on the fucking roster. So there's like 8 of us in the front end. Yeah, but Levi, it doesn't. You can have a store, or you can not have a store. Like, if you can't afford to staff the store, you can't afford to have a store. Like, when did that not become the concept? When it was all of a sudden like, oh no, I need this in order to keep. No, it's like, if you can't afford to keep the staff on, you can't afford the store. Period. I think it's such a piss off for me. It's because like, I do my job. I show up. I consider myself a good employee. Now, I'm not asking for any benefits or anything. I'm just asking that, you know, maybe take my word as consideration for something because I'm fucking always there and I know what's going on. Point is that pizza parties are incredibly cheap. The choice they're making isn't between having the party and solving their issues. Levi, the reason they're throwing the pizza party is to thwart people from the issues. Because it's cheaper than solving the issues. That's what I'm saying. Otherwise, they wouldn't throw pizza parties. Also, it's... Well, that's what I'm saying, Levi. Like, that's the problem. It's like the same thing with the discussion yesterday. It's like, I'm talking about solving the problem, and then you say something that's like, oh, but this is why it's the way that it is. And it's like, yeah, but I'm trying to solve the problem. I'm not saying the way that it is. I'm trying to solve the problem. So the idea of it is go back to the basis, go back to the roots. What are we trying to do? We're trying to solve the problem. And if you're not trying to solve the problem, then you need to be held accountable for not solving the problem. You can't just, as the company, ignore the problem. And if you say, yes, you can, then I'm saying, okay, in reality, yes, but that's not what we're discussing. Do you understand? Like, the discussion is not why do companies do what they do, it's how could companies actually solve the issue. Not whether they will, it's just what is the solution. Have happy days, y'all. Gotta run. Alright, Neva, have a good one. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. Always a good time. But do you understand where I'm coming from, Levi? Levi, I think the underlying incentive structure is being held accountable and it actually being illegal for these actions to take place. So the underlying incentive structure just needs laws to be basically rewritten in order for unions basically not to be needed for the people to be, for workers to be able to defend themselves. The government should be defending the workers from the companies. But that's like the underlying incentive structure is it's we can save money by not solving these problems. But if it would legally cost them more money to not solve the problems, they would solve the problems. Do you agree? In a hypothetical, if laws were changed and fines were made that made it, like, let's say 10 times more expensive to not solve these problems, do you think companies would instantly solve all of these problems? In a hypothetical, yes, you are correct. You run into issues with economic calculation. Okay, well, let's say this, Levi. What percentage of overall revenue of an entire company of, let's say, Walmart, in order to continue to expand at a minimum, how much revenue in total do you think they need, percentage-wise? Because I think that's where we need to start. And Sean, welcome to the stream, good sir. I know you're late today, but I'm glad you're here. Guess what day it is, Sean? It's my birthday! What did I miss? Me and Levi are discussing, well, we're basically discussing, why companies have incentives to not fix problems, because fixing problems costs companies money. So, in my opinion, if a company imports something that could be made locally, then they should be taxed so high that they lose money compared to hiring local people to make the product. See, Sean, I agree with that. Is this being done on a company-by-company basis? This sounds like it'll just mean the government picks winners and losers. No, Levi, this would be a overall. What percent... Because, okay, I'll just give you my percentage. If your overall... Okay... let's say your net take-home. Your net take-home after taxes is 20%. So, after everything is said and done, this year, you have produced 20% more money than you have spent. Do you think that's reasonable? Because I think that's high enough number that it will not stagnate it should not stagnate the company in any way from expansion. Different companies and different business models have different amounts of overhead in proportion to their return. But we're just talking, we're just saying like a maximum, Levi. A maximum. So if you hit 20%, as soon as you hit 20%, you cannot earn any more money past that point. So all companies would try to be within that 19 to 20th percentile to make sure that they don't overstep and accidentally like lose money. Right? So this would cause them to be a lot more careful with like mass production of things and stuff like that. Yes, Levi, we're punishing companies for being successful. Because at a certain point, how successful, like really, how successful does Walmart have to be? Does it have to be the only store that exists in the entire world before enough is enough? At what point do you allow competition to enter the room? At what point is it just a monopoly? So yes, we're punishing people for success because we're saying your success is so great, please let someone else jump in. And I think it's completely reasonable for any company that's getting 20% take-home revenue to be stagnated in a way that allows other companies to enter the scene. And the only argument against it is in favor of companies being monopolies. Because if you can make your company so successful that it's the only company on the planet, what happens when that company falls apart? It's a very dangerous game to play. So I think the safest thing is have the cap at 20%. It's not even a punishment. It's a mandate to increase employee numbers and expand the portfolio. Yeah, like if you're continuously expanding and you're still making like 400% profit, it's like, where's that 400% profit making? Oh, you're paying people under the table. You're not paying people for their work. You're paying people you're like making people work off of the clock and shit. It's like you have a very mythicized view of economics. Mytholis. I don't understand, Levi. So what you're advocating for is monopoly. If your company is good enough, then it wipes every other company off the board. That company should reign supreme over all companies. That's what you're saying, right, Levi? Like, that's all I'm asking. Because from my opinion, your view can only end one way, and that's with a company that is so good it becomes, fuck is it called in Idiocracy? Brando. It becomes Brando. Natural monopolies are unexploitable, so if they came about, then that'd be fine. The moment they try to exploit it, the monopoly falls apart. Well, that's not true, Levi, because they're the one that holds all of the goods. So if they have a monopoly, they can charge whatever the hell they want for anything unless the government says otherwise. And they could hire as minimal employees as they wanted and have as large of a portfolio as they wanted. like, income portfolio. Like, there's no argument against it. A good company wouldn't even notice such a law as they do it automatically. Well, a corrupt company isn't expanding their portfolio to keep their expenses, to keep their personal profits modest. Have all the goods. I don't think you understand what goods are. Levi, we're talking about a company that owns everything. This company owns shipping. This company owns production. This company owns mining of raw materials. This company literally owns absolutely everything in the world. There is only one company in the world, and it owns absolutely everything. That is the ultimate outcome of your perspective, in my mind. Because this company is so good. They are so amazing. They changed absolutely everything about everything. They blew everyone out of the water. And they just took a competition and just slammed it into the ground and instantly just bought absolutely everything. So they own everything. If they own everything, then who have they been selling to? They've been selling to the consumers. Their employees. They're selling back to their employees. Who would win in a fight? The average cashier at Blockbuster in 2004, the average cashier at Hot Topic in 2011? Blockbuster, they were less woke. And those people presumably bought stuff. If they had enough money. But at that point, you're talking like entire economic breakdown from the monopoly. Because people can't afford things. They can't afford housing because of the monopoly. Like, unless you enforce some kind of restrictions, like, that is the ultimate outcome of that kind of, like, unrestricted growth. That's why I'm saying at some point in time, the big boy has to step aside and say, okay, here's a little square for the little guy. Do you understand that? Because I think Sean gets it pretty accurately on that with the idea of it's more about the overall structure of how the company evolves. If you're not looking to basically destroy everything in your path in a malicious way, you don't need to be making hundreds of billions of dollars as the CEO of the company. So if they've been selling people so much stuff that this results in a scenario where nobody else has any stuff. No, it's now nobody can buy anything. I made 3 games. Nice Zoink Kozri. So now they've basically locked themselves into a corner now because they own everything. So all of their employees, but they treat all of their employees like shit, so none of their employees can buy anything, so now the entire company is falling apart. Like that's the ultimate, that's the only way it can really end, right? Is stagnation at the end. Because eventually it's going to get to a point where it can't even produce its own thing. They own everything, but they've been selling people stuff this whole time. Slowly, they've been lowering it. So it's like, as they increase prices, less and less people can buy stuff. And now it's hit a critical point where now they're losing money and going broke because no one can buy anything because their prices are so high, but they refuse to lower their prices because they're a monopoly and they don't have to. So they say, fuck the people. That's the ultimate outcome. Monopoly is illegal on paper, yet they do secondary companies to get close to being a monopoly anyways. Yeah, subsidiary companies. That's why BlackRock and Vanguard basically own the entire world.
The first game is called Jiggle the Pickle, second is called Spinning Wheel, 3 is called Rolling Rubik's Cube.
Nice, Zoink. Did you put it in the Discord? Because otherwise, I will totally forget about it. But I see where you're coming from, Levi, but I think that's like in order to stop that ultimate end goal, you need to put a barrier across the top. That's all my advocate is. As they increase prices, okay, just buy from other people. Either they're selling stuff for cheap enough to enrich it enriches others, or they're selling things expensive enough people don't want to buy it. What do you mean buy from other people? Levi, there
But I
are
hate
no
it IRL.
there are no other people to buy from. College-trained managers don't understand that keeping prices low increases profit. I'd like a law that prevents hiring managers who didn't work on the floor. True, Sean. But do you I don't understand the just buy from other people, because you can't buy from other people. The CEO of the company, Levi, is sitting there going like, ha 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 ha, look at those retards, look at that, they can't keep up with me, I'm up in the price again. It's like, sir, we're collapsing. He's like, I don't give a fuck, look at all the money I got, I can do whatever the hell I want, bro, fuck you. Prior to ramping up prices, they were selling stuff to others. Those people are then necessarily have stuff. So again, what I'm saying is at some point in time, there will be a breaking point where the entirety of that company will collapse, and all of society and the economy will collapse. So, again, you're not advocating for stopping that.
But I made those 3 games in real life.
Which is like, I'm trying to advocate for stopping that. Does that make sense? Because one of the biggest things is, if a company manages to get a monopoly, then they can raise the prices as high as they want because nobody else can create a company because the monopoly owns everything and thus won't sell anything that would allow for a competitor to rise up. You don't have a coherent model for how monopolies come about, so it doesn't really make sense. So I don't think you can play it because you can't play it and you can only play it. What is this conversation about? I'm trying to figure out what each side is arguing about. Okay, Beezus, I'm trying to say that companies should only be allowed to take 20%, okay, overall, when all the taxes, everything is done at the end of the year, a company can only take home 20% of their overall revenue as profit, right? So let's say your revenue that year was $1 billion. You can only gain $1 billion plus 20%. Anything above 20% is instantly taxed, no matter what. And all of that money is put into small businesses. So my advocate is for large, successful companies to take a small step aside and allow for the prosper of small businesses, to prevent monopolies from happening. And I believe laws need to be rewritten in order for this to happen, because either two things will happen. Companies will stop producing things at that point, or they will increase employees to that 20%. So all of that extra money that they get goes to the employees instead of going to taxes. I'm actually surprised you're not right wing. I'm Beezus, I'm very center. I have very extreme left, I have very extreme right. Sadly, it won't happen because big business already owns the government behind the scenes. Oh yeah, Sean, we're not talking about realities. We're talking about hypotheticals. The point of this conversation is, what would need to happen? Not will it happen, what actually needs to happen? What steps need to be taken for this to be a reality? Not that it ever will be, but at least we have a plan. That's like the overall idea behind these commentaries, is creating a plan in these situations and saying, hey, this is probably what we should do in these situations. And then I want people's, arguments towards why not. So, Beezus, Levi's argument is that we shouldn't punish companies for being successful. And I said, then you wind up with companies like in Idiocracy, Brando, that literally own absolutely everything and no one knows how to do anything because Brando just owns everything. Right? And it's like the inevitability of that is the collapse of society and economics. So in order to prevent that from happening, I'm suggesting adding this very reasonable bar that prevents companies from earning over a ridiculous amount of money that they don't need to earn. Does that make sense? But it's all in a hypothetical, like, actionable plan, in the essence that these are the things you should do, but the way that the world is now would not allow these to happen, right? First thing that we need to happen, which I don't advocate, is a major bloodbath, removing those who don't think along a line where wealth is shared. The death toll would be insane. Realistically, this would result in large businesses paying shell companies to do risk management for them, and successful small businesses being prevented from competing. So what I'm saying, Levi, is for all of these, like, loopholes that people could use, we make laws for. There will be 0 large corporations in that world. No next day delivery on Amazon and other things. Ease of life would be non-existent unless provided by the government. So, Bezos... Okay, I guess the first thing we'll ask is... So my question to you, Bezos, is then what do you think Amazon's overall take-home is? Because I'd assume Amazon's overall take-home is probably somewhere between, like, 15 to 24%. Are we going to make laws against risk management? It's a legitimate service. Hey ladies, hey cute muffin. No, but what I'm saying, Sean, is like, maybe my number's off, but let's ask Grok. What is the total percentage take-home profit of a company like Amazon after taxes in percent compared to revenue?
Cute Muffin rated my stream.
Cute Muffin! So the Postal Service would reclaim the sole shipping service title. See, that's what I'm saying, is I don't think that would happen, Sean. I don't think that, like, I think that I think the number I'm thinking of is very, very reasonable. And I want to prove my point that my number is extremely, extremely reasonable. Alright, Muffin, sounds good. So like I said, I think it's somewhere between 15 and 24%. And can we agree that Amazon is, let's say, top 5 biggest companies in the world? If not top 3 companies in the world. And they're continuously growing. Right? Boom, there you go. There you go. So, guys, this wouldn't even apply to Amazon. Would have to make twice as much money before this would... I'm not a numbers guy. I disagree with this stuff in a more absolute sense rather than thinking you've just picked a bad number. Okay. True. Zoink. Thanks for the raid, guys. Thank you so much for the raids. Today's the day of raids. It's birthday day. It's birthday day. But do you see what I mean, Levi? Is even Amazon doesn't hit that number. I don't even know if there's a company in the world that hits that number. So I'm just saying at some point. What would the percentage for... Okay, let's check what the... Then, what is the percentage for Microsoft, then? Okay, I'll wait until this is done, and then I'll say the number. Happy birthday, bitch! Thanks, cute muffin! It's my birthday! It's my birthday! Big boy, I've been in and out of this conversation this whole time. Okay. After take home, at the end of the day, after all of... Oh, thank you for following the Soggy Lover Q. We're getting all the announcements today. I do not use Amazon, I use eBay. Oh, happy birthday. Thank you, thank you. It's my birthday. It's my birthday. It's a big day, guys. It's my birthday. Thank you, Soggy. Welcome, welcome. How is it going?
Why are you smoking?
We are discussing revenue earnings and percentage caps for companies in order to prevent if this is about monopoly prevention, then why does profit relative to assets matter? Small companies are just as, if not more capable of overperforming in that way. So I only have 2 games now, planning to stream here. How does one do that? How does one do that? Streaming on Kick. Well, I use a program called OBS. So there's a lot of different programs people use. I use OBS. So if you want to stream, I would recommend... Welcome to A Talk Stories, or tales of fantasy and moral chaos. I think this is a good one. Yeah, I've watched this. I've watched these before. So these are literally the videos I watched to set up my stream. Like way the fuck back in the day. So check out this one and check out this one and see if those help you. Because apparently they did for me, because I've watched both of them. But yeah. Zoink, you can stop raiding, motherfucker. Yeah. So the number, Beezus, if you're here, is how much they take home. Okay, there you go. Microsoft is 35%. No, Zoink. I said it would be really annoying if you...
Get his camera right. Fuck freeze frames. Oh, there it goes. That's the face only.
Oh, there we are. It is what it is. So yeah, Microsoft is 15% above that number. And Levi, my point to that is...
Camera right. Fuck freeze frames. Oh, there it goes. That's the face only.
I figured Microsoft would be rather high. It's just how Bill Gates thinks. He's a gator for profit. His house can't be sold because nobody can pay that much. Yeah, and Levi, to counter your argument, I would say it would not just be a percentage, it would also be a number. And the number would be 100 billion. If your total take home is 100 billion, once you hit 100 billion as revenue, as soon as your revenue hits 100 billion, you now qualify for that 20%. Before that, it doesn't matter. So this is literally just to prevent a single massive company from owning everything. That is the only singular point of this. So again, I'm still I want to hear your perspective on why you think that's not viable. You broke the announcement, Zoink. Stop. Stop, bro. Stop. But even with rough estimates, it's still one of those things where it's like, it's understandable that it doesn't seem practical. I'm trying to understand what you want. Taxing companies for revenue gain over their assets. Okay, so Bezos, for instance, for Microsoft, after all taxes and all everything, their take-home per year increased in revenue is 35%. What I'm saying is any company that goes above, and in reference to that, if you look above, Amazon, as one of the most successful companies in the world, and as well as also not one of the most ethical, is only at 10%. So what I'm advocating for is at some point in time, companies be told, sorry bro, you've made too much money, you're too good, let someone else in. Like, I don't understand how anyone could fight against this. It's all it's saying is, sorry, you're a little bit too big, bro, let someone else play on the fucking field. How is there anything wrong with that? This would not just influence companies to create monopolies by fueling excess process into secondary companies. Well, that would be illegal, Bezos. The whole point of this is we're trying to see what kind of laws would you have to rewrite. We're talking about changing laws. We're talking completely hypothetical about what would we have to do to make this a reality. And would this, like, how would this actually affect companies? Would this cause companies to be more ethical in order to pay their employees and actually hire enough employees and, you know, do what they're supposed to with their employees and be held accountable for it? I think it's not viable because it's not grounded in understanding how monopolies could form. At least modern anti-monopoly legislation targets strategies rather than growth. But, Levi, I'm talking about both strategies and growth. I'm talking about encompassing everything. So that's why I'm asking, what kind of processes, what kind of laws do we need to change in order for it to happen? And all you're saying is, oh, it's not viable. And I'm like, okay, well, let's make it viable. What do we need to make it viable? Give me the ideas and the things that make it viable, right? You cannot stop companies from fueling money into subsidiary companies. That's a fantasy. Why not, Bezos? Why can't you? And we're talking, like, if the whole world comes together and you can't put an offshore account in fucking Sweden anymore. We're talking about, like, completely fixing the banking system. We're talking about completely redoing how companies are basically structured and allowed to operate. And how companies, and like auditing companies and making sure that their money isn't being funneled into these things through personal things. LLCs are anonymous by law. You cannot tell who owns it. It could not be made viable. So what you guys are telling me is the system is so fucked up that it's not, it's literally, I'd like, how detailed a rewrite would be required. As a thought process, it's a fun exercise. At what point income-wise would such a restriction be useful? Also, subsidiary companies are themselves small companies. So long as such companies can't get handouts from the parent company, then it's all good. See, so, Sean, this is my problem, is neither Bezos nor Levi are giving me any way to solve the problem. They're only saying that the problem can't be solved. But every problem can be solved, and this is all hypothetical. So all I'm asking for is other viewpoints other than myself to generate a think tank of ideas to be like, hey, what would these things need to be? I'm fine with living in a capitalistic society. Companies are incentivized to give us stuff in their pursuit for profit. Natural monopolies aren't real. State-enforced monopolies are a more complicated matter. The problem can't be solved by the state. Okay, then we go to the root of it, Levi. Why can't the problem be solved by the state? Like what's stopping the state from doing that? In a fantasy world where governmental officers are ethical, what would be needed? Yeah, see, this is what I mean, Sean, is like, I don't understand how you guys can't get the idea that this is hypothetical. This is completely we're talking breaking everything down from the bottom and building it up. I understand what you're saying. So you're saying there in no possible way, in no possible world, with no possible circumstances could you ever do this. I'm just saying I don't want to live in that world. The problem can't be solved by the state because the existence of the state is the cause of the problem. Okay, Beezus, you don't want to live in that world. Then explain to me why you wouldn't want to live in that world and what would be wrong with that world. Because I think, like, I just don't understand. Because, like I said, this number, 35%, like I said, in a hypothetical world, without these rules, we wind up with a complete monopoly. So how, like, so what your guys basically saying is no matter what we do, in no form or any way is it possible for this to happen. If you think such a limitation was put into place, they'd hire more people and pay wages. See, Sean, I think the same way, and I don't understand. Like, I want to know why people don't think that way. Like, if the limitations were there, and the company said, it is, like I said, we want to make it more expensive for the company to not solve the problem. So let's go back to the beginning, guys, and let's go back to the root of it, which is companies not solving the problem. Another strategy against this would be like gerrymandering, where you incorporate a company with a small but reliable return to get your ratio down. But isn't gerrymandering illegal, Levi? This is what I'm trying to say. Is like all of your arguments break the law. I'm talking about a world where we're holding people accountable for breaking the law. So if you break the law, you're done. That's the real problem. Companies aren't incentivized to treat their employees right. Over time, actually makes money from the pockets of the workers. Exactly, Sean. So what I'm trying to say is we need to incorporate systems that incentivize the companies in order to treat their employees right and still and use the cap of money that they get. Gerrymandering is a questionable legality and ethical politics. I'm comparing the strategy to gerrymandering to explain how it functions. But what I'm trying to say, Levi, is you just make all that shit illegal, and if someone does it, you fucking put them in jail. You hold people fucking accountable. That's all I'm saying. In this completely fictional, hypothetical world, we are literally God. Beezus, we are literally God. And we can track it. You don't think we can't track that? I felt so robbed working overtime for a whole paycheck and took home less money than working full-time. Yeah, Sean, that's how they get you. How do you track it? All I want to know. If we're God, then yes, the perfect world can exist. But I'm just saying, like, we cannot track that. It's called the economic calculation problem. Your world is not possible, though. So, even if we had like a quantum entangled perfect AI, it wouldn't be able to figure out where the money is going. Because, like, to me, guys, okay, can you explain why? No amount of computation. We have to remove LLC laws completely. If we want what you're asking for. Okay, boom, there, Beezus. That's an answer to a question. Okay, we get rid of LLC laws. Boom. Done. Okay, now what? What's the next step? And I'm really confused that there's no amount of computation in the entirety of existence that could calculate where the money's going. I don't... how... That's not... How, like... In a world where money is checked and balanced, Levi, it's not... Every record must be taken of faith, I'm afraid. They say they use X amount of something when they actually used Y and put the rest in storage somewhere. You need to make it illegal for people to own stakes in more than one investment asset. Okay, well that's another one. Boom. Okay, now we have two actionable things that we can do. We can get rid of LLC laws, and we can make it so you can only put one investment. Boom. Okay, is there anything else that we need to do? What's the next step? Like that's what I'm trying to think tank out here, right? It's like, okay, we did this. What's the next step? What's the next step? And eventually, like, how... It's just a thought... It's an imaginary thought process of stepping back and seeing how fucked we are. I want it illegal to rent out property in a state province you don't live in. Sean, I want it to be illegal to not... To literally own more than a certain amount of, like, different land. Like, you can own as much, like, you know... But I'm just saying, like, at some point in time, guys, we have to put a cap on things. That's all I'm saying, right? You can make it happen removing all those things. So it's like, yeah, taking a society and building it from scratch, make it illegal for a company to enter into long-term contracts involving monetary exchange with other companies. We're definitely on opposite sides of the political spectrum. Oh, Beezus, I'm not saying that this is like something that should be done. This is just like, I'm brainstorming ideas of how do you... And I don't believe in the idea of a political spectrum. I believe that anyone can have any political ideology. You can have the furthest left ideology and the furthest right ideology. The idea that there's like right, left, and right wing and left wing, I think is fucking ridiculous. Because there are so many good ideas on each side, but each side also has terrible ideas. So why not just eliminate all of the bad ideas and only use the good ideas from both spectrums? Like, that's why I call myself a centrist, because I want everyone to meet in the middle. I want everyone to be like, okay, these are the good things about this, we can all acknowledge those are good. Boom, there we go. Okay, these are the good things about this, okay, boom. Like, I'm an advocate for universal basic income. I'm also an advocate for euthanasia. I'm also an advocate for capitalism. I'm also an advocate for, like scientific research and believing that your education isn't solely to get a job to help society in a physical mandate such as, like, you know, like, I think the arts and entertainment is extremely important to a society. Left-right dynamics make the most sense when you understand it as a question of whether society should be hierarchically ordered or not. But what I'm saying, Levi, is why can't we like take the idea like? Okay, let's do an exercise, guys. What's a left-wing good idea that contradicts a right-wing good idea? Most monopolies are like utilities, ISPs, Google, and railroads. All of those are benefits of a capitalistic society. When we remove the capitalism, we lose the bonuses we get from those companies existing. I like universal basic health care being applied to all citizens. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how it would work myself. Yeah, I don't know how it would work. All I know is, like I said, if you want universal basic income, my universal basic income is living in a 1-by-1 room where you get one small bowl of rice a day, like a glass of water, and your toilet, your fridge, and your bed are all on the same tile. That's what I mean by universal basic income. You have enough food to barely survive, and you have a roof over your head. That is all you have. And that is provided by the state through taxes to every single citizen. I don't understand how there's any negative to that. You remove hunger, you remove housing issues, homeless. And if you tell me that everyone wants to sit on a square, that their toilet is next to their bed, that's next to their stove, that's next to their fridge, and eat only rice and drink only water, I'm telling you, you're being dishonest. People would still work, they just, if they couldn't, because of, like, their job being done, they would have a way to live, right? Half of the right-wingers are more left than the so-called left-wingers. They don't vote according to the original party's platforms. They just listen to the loudest yellers. I missed from the ad break. No, Beezus! Unfortunately, it's okay. Half the right-wingers are more left than the so-called left-wingers. They don't vote according to original party platforms. They just listen to loudest yeller. Most of the good left-wing ideas are ones to do with the universality of human dignity, which would contradict the right-wing monarchist idea. Hereditary right to rule. Okay, so Levi, then we look at the right side, and we say, okay, we get rid of everything that has to do with hierarchical rule, and replace it with universality of human dignity. Because monarchist and hereditary rule is, yeah, bad. So we remove that, boom, that's gone, okay. And we replace it with human dignity, boom. Okay, now we have two foundational left-wing and right-wing ideas. Universal basic income and human dignity and, you know, capitalism. You can still have everything under the sun. I just don't understand why there should be a bare minimum in society. I don't understand why people advocate against a bare minimum in society. And I don't think anyone has ever given me a reason to try to think to change my mind. I just try to explain to them that their understanding of universal basic income is not my understanding of universal basic income. It's getting the old foggies out of the limelight and power. That's the trick. Well, Sean, we're not even, like in this hypothetical, like, we're trying to construct something completely new. So, relying on the, failed structures that we have in reality, I think is just straight up the wrong way to look at it. Do you know what I mean? Like, because that's where I'm trying to come from. Like, I'm trying to come from a direction of, like I said, like, plain and simple, what's the solution? And I think I'm pretty, like, uneducated and retarded. So I need other people to change my mind on things. And you guys change my mind on stuff all the time, right? So I'd say it's pretty easy to change my mind. It depends on if you believe that the people working hard should have to support those not doing it. Yes, it benefits the lowest common denominator that can't provide for themselves, but at the same time people would exploit it. Well, you wouldn't be able to exploit it, Beezus, because you literally would, like, it would be like having, like, the downtown area is, like, it's like a vending machine that sends out a bowl of rice every day. Like the entire process of this would be automated. You'd basically be in jail. Like that's pretty much, you'd basically be in jail if you were in. No one wants to be in this situation. If you're in this situation, you're basically homeless. And the other thing is, like in these areas, these are like drug-free areas. So if you're like a drug addict or whatever, you don't get universal basic income. If you do drugs, you like all drugs are legal, but if you do drugs, you give up your universal basic rights. Basically, if you do drugs, you aren't considered human. That's the punishment for doing drugs, including smoking weed, doing alcohol. I would be among the victims of this. Any government office should have a 4-year term and a limit on number of terms that can be run at any level, so they either move up or stop. I'm all for Dabtor's prison returning. If that's on top of existing programs, taxes go up by like 20%. If it's not, you're giving most people left. Yes, see, I disagree with the drug part. See, Beezus, that's the thing, is it's not that it would cost more money. We would just be taking the money that we have and we would be giving it spread across. And instead of giving people, like for instance, if you're on food stamps, why the fuck are you buying bags of chips and chocolate bars? Like $12 worth of chocolate bars and you can't afford milk for your kid? I'm sorry, but that's fucking bullshit. Like, to me, that's just absolute, utter fucking bullshit. That money should be going to people that actually deserve it. That's honestly pretty aggressive. I'm fine with people getting welfare. No. See, it's like, that's what I'm saying. Is like, I think people get too much and it should be spread more about. But that's just me. Like, you know, it's like if you can afford to get like Stu fans able to fade you better than exactly Sean, exactly. I can't afford fucking chocolate bars and I'm busting my ass off. Why the fuck do you get chocolate bars for free? That's what I'm saying. So, I understand where you're coming from, Beezus, that people should have the dignity to be able to, for instance, you should be able to buy a chocolate bar no matter what. As a dignity of a person, you should be able to just buy a chocolate bar. You should be able to. But I'm sorry, if you're complaining that you don't have a block of chocolate is like $4. Yes, Levi, but what I'm talking about is like literally people come into Walmart who come in and like sometimes our managers will pay for their milk or like their baby formula and shit. Because they'll come in and they'll buy chips and chocolate bars with their money because they know that they can get extra shit from the employees because they're like, oh shit, you're trying to feed your family. To me, those kinds of people should not be getting welfare. You abused your privilege, now we're taking your privilege away. That's what I mean by being held accountable for things. So it's like, you can either buy this chocolate bar or you can buy milk. Or you can buy this chocolate bar or you can buy baby formula. Welfare tracking is super hard to track. But you could get the businesses to do it, Beezus. So for instance, you could say, hey, these people have had, let's say, $100 this month paid for them by employees of the store because they said that they couldn't afford things to feed their kid. Right? So now, as an employee of the store, I can report these people, and you have the financial statements right there. Chocolate isn't a need, so food stamps shouldn't cover it. Buy a bag of chocolate chips. Make a batch of cookies. Exactly, Sean. Buy the essentials from the bottom. So what I don't understand, the welfare tracking is super hard to track, make the government force companies to do it. Companies have to track their money, and they have to be audited. So it's like, in my opinion, what you guys are advocating for is you might as well take away all of the things and say, oh, companies aren't actually held liable for anything, which means I could go into Walmart, take all of the money out of the drawer, put it in my pocket, and no one would be held liable for it. Like, in my mind, like, that's the direction that that kind of ideology leads. So all I'm trying to say is, if you're on welfare, it should be needs only. Otherwise, you shouldn't be on welfare. And I don't understand how people don't understand that. Because, like Sean said, getting paid more... Like I said, there are people that literally come to Canada and they get paid, like, thousands of dollars a month from the government just to basically exist. Well, I get paid, like $1,600 a month to fucking work a full-time job. So I'm sorry, but I don't want my taxes going to that. I want my taxes going to the homeless people. Does that make sense? Like, that's kind of where, like, this whole thing comes from, is like the fact that I think if you're on welfare, like, yes, everyone has the right and dignity to eat a fucking chocolate bar. You're more right-wing than I am on this issue. Well, there you go. So that's all I can say. So on that one issue, I'm extremely right-wing. But, like, on the other side, it's like, I just don't understand. Like, all your hyper left win on monopoly issues and hyper right on welfare. See, what I don't understand, Bezos, is why the two can't coexist. You're all radically far left from my perspective. I mean, okay, well then let me ask you this. If this is my solution to homelessness and hunger, without increasing taxes, just lowering the quality that people can get and taking the amount of money that we have and spreading it more evenly among more people and giving more people a lower barrier of privilege. That's my baseline solution for fixing hunger and homelessness. So I will ask you this then. What is your solution to fixing homelessness and food and hunger? Because I think my plan is implementable. We strip the people of the things that they have, and we give it to more people. Welcome back, Jenny Bob! Does that make sense? I live in a town with like 20% homeless. They're almost all mentally ill. This is not a problem you can fix with money. But I mean, Bezos, wouldn't those people be better off sitting inside of a box, being fed, than being out on the street? That's what I mean. Like my solution basically gives those people a home and food and protects society from them. But they don't have to stay there. They get more money in the current system. But what's up, 13? We are talking about a very heated, basically, debate about how to spend welfare money, essentially. That's where we're at right now, is spending welfare money. Charity is the only viable solution to long-standing social ills. I don't believe that, Levi. Last night I wrote my daily 1K words. Nice, 13. Hell yeah, brother. That's what it's all about. So, Bezos, you're saying this problem can't be fixed with money. But we're not giving these people money. We are giving them a roof over their head and a meal a day. So can you explain to me how giving them a meal a day and 13, that's the idea. 13, that's the idea. Yes, Bezos. They have a 1x1 square. So you have a 1x1 meter square, right? So, like, imagine, like, my arms reach in a circle like this, right? And then it's like, okay, this is your toilet, right? That's your toilet. This is your fridge right here. This is your fridge. This is your stove right here. and your bed's in between them all. So you gotta literally sleep with your head beside the shitter. Okay? 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 And then you get a cup of water and a tiny thing of rice. That's it. Every day. You get a cup of water and you get a thing of rice. That's it. That's all you get. It's fucking prison, but you can leave. I mean, it makes sense building some sort of super prison to control crime, hunger, and homelessness. But 13, they would be able to leave. It wouldn't be a prison in the fact they would have to stay there, but it's like they would have a place to go. Sounds like you've added more issues. See, this is what I don't understand. How have I added more issues? I've taken all the money that's going to people that are buying chocolate bars with welfare, and I've given them to homeless people that are now drinking water and eating rice. So, like, my thing is, like, where down the line does that translation miss with people that there's an argument against it? Does that make sense? But, I mean, it basically, the idea is that it's basically prison if you don't want to do it. And they can sleep. Yeah, they can do whatever they want. They're not in prison, but they basically are. So it solves hunger and it solves homelessness, and it takes us all the money that we're spending on taxes for welfare. Exactly, Sean. It's like, why do they get food stamps but they don't get a house? It's because we need to literally build these 1 by 1 by 1 cages that are literally like in the middle of a town, and it's like you've got like 1,000 different rooms in one thing. It's literally like the hallway is like this fucking thin or shit. But consider this: if building a super prison country won't severely hurt the economy. Well, it's not like a super prison. You build a shit ton of them everywhere, 13. And you build them like black obelisk spires. And you have like a single elevator that's in the middle. And you know, it has like 60 floors on it. And there's like 20 or 30 rooms on each floor. And it can fit inside the same range as a normal sized house. I will tell you from massive amounts of experience that homeless people will not want what you're offering. That's also, I've seen what happens when you give homeless people houses. If we were allowed to build homeless shelters like that, people would already be doing it. There's an issue with building regulations hidden under the surface here. So, again, we just fixed that. They destroy it fully within a year. We don't need to build anything. They're perfectly livable, empty prisons. So, we've already got the housing. Just replace the bars with the standard wall. So if you don't want to work and earn better housing, you're stuck there. Boom! Sean, there you go. You solved it. So that's all I'm asking for is solutions. Sean, you completely solved the issue. Every time, I've never seen it not happen. I mean, that's completely fair, Beezus. Like, that's completely fair. But what I'm saying, Beezus, is whether they want to live there or not, the offering is there. And the offering is built into society. So let's say, and this is all thinking for the future, right? Like let's say AI, there's some sort of breakthrough in AI tomorrow. And every company in the world fires every single person and replaces them all with AI. What do we do? And all the CEOs and all the leaders are just fucking laughing at all the citizens. What do we do? Suppose you're like a normal homeless person, just down on your luck. Do you want to go homeless Mega Camp 1 or a nice urban street? Universal basic income and a different problem. So, okay, so Beezus, what problem am I creating? I'm trying to wrap my head. You're talking about a weakened welfare system. Debitor's prison was where people who borrowed money and then failed to pay it off were sent. The debt would be paid by the government, by the debtor, who would be required to stay in that prison while working off the debt. I like that idea, Sean. But like, so what So, okay, I'm talking about a weakened welfare system, Beezus. Okay, that makes sense. Yes. Build over 1 million houses within America alone, which will shoot up prices by a massive amount. Won't the idea of replacing AI with workers cause a global riot, if not human extinction? See, I like where you're thinking with this, 13, because that's my exact thought, is the only, right now, if tomorrow, if every single person in the world was fired, basically human existence would end. Or, like, human civilization would end. So, what I'm advocating for is a plan to prevent that from happening. Then we have to upkeep those houses, which I promise will be destroyed within a year. Okay, Beezus, I'm going to solve the problem. No. Beezus, I'm gonna solve the problem. Okay, but Beezus, I'm gonna solve the problem. If you damage the house, you go to jail. Okay, now the homeless people are in jail. I solved the problem. Okay, what problem did I create now? Loot zero, true. But that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't think you're thinking big enough or outside the box enough. I'm just not gonna morally agree with you. Oh, we're not talking about morals here, Beezus. I don't morally agree with this. Like I said, I'm just saying solutions. I want actionable solutions. I don't care how moral they are. I don't care if it's burn down the world. I just want solutions. Does that make sense? Because I agree with you, Beezus. I don't morally agree with this, but I think it's what has to happen. We could enslave AI to solve humans' problems.
Final solution to the homeless problem.
Well, we killed them all, obviously. It's the only solution. You just kill them. Turn them into food. You turn them into food, you poison the food, you feed the food to the homeless, you repeat the cycle. Eventually you don't have to use poison because the food itself is poisoned enough by its own poison to poison, it's like a poison that continues on. You're talking about rounding up all the homeless and putting them in jail because that's what 90% of them would be doing in your situation, in your system. Yes, Beezus, that is what I'm advocating. In this system, that's what would be advocated for. And those people in prison would be doing manual labor. Extremely unethical, extremely immoral. You should not do it. Don't fucking do it. But it is an actionable solution. Does that make sense? Because there is no solution within a moral framework. So if we can't find a solution within a moral framework, we have to find the the least immoral and most ethical way of doing it. Why is what we're doing not working? Because the solution is right anarchism, but that's a hard sell. We pay a decent amount in taxes to make everyone happier in this current world. So Beezus, I'm not talking about the current world, though. I'm talking about 50, 60 years in the future. 100 years in the future. We're talking, like the premise of this is, we're talking about a world where all of a sudden, we're talking idiocracy. 500 years into the future. What is our current route going to put us? Are we going into the world of idiocracy, where Brando owns where Microsoft is the only company? We're initially talking about homelessness in my frame of view. Well, the homelessness came out of UBI, came out of companies. If we're talking about AI taking over the world, that's different. We're talking about AI replacing jobs, just like automation did. So it's like a whole new wave of automation, but without creating new jobs in a sustained market. Because all new jobs would be created within a context of entertainment. So there's kind of three caveats to this conversation. Is companies treating their employees ethically and morally, people being able to survive on a bare minimum with universal basic income, and companies only being able to have a certain level of profit, which is still ridiculously, insanely, retardedly high that only like 4 companies in the entire world would ever reach. Those are kind of the 3 caveats to this conversation. Universal basic income needs to be quite a bit higher than you're saying in 200 years. But we need to start somewhere, Beezus, right? And it's like, as more, like, my thing is, like, this is how I view the evolution of it, right? You start with this 1 by 1 meter, like, prison box, basically. Like Sean said, we just take old prisons, take the bars off, put normal doors on it, and we just shuffle people in there and say, okay, if you got nowhere to live, you can live here, and we can supply work for you, and we can figure something out, and you'll get fed. And that's where welfare goes. Welfare, boom, goes to these like, so-called prisons. Fake prisons. Okay, boom, that's solved. We've got that done. That's first step. And as more and more people wind up in this situation, welfare is the start. When AI takes our jobs, we increase the strength of it and put a burden of payment in corporations, and the jobs are all done. But if we build that welfare state, as people, like, as more and more people get into that welfare state because they don't have jobs, it's going to emphasize how much that needs to be expanded. And eventually it's going to get to a point where people will just expand it themselves. Our welfare state right now is appropriate for the world. When the world shifts, we expand on it. I mean, see, Beezus, I disagree with you because I have a physical, like, experience of saying, I could solve this problem if given the opportunity. Which is holding people who get welfare accountable to what they spend. Have you considered taking 95% of rich people's patrimony and distributing it before taking drastic actions that might lead to global rioting? I mean, there's another solution, 13. That's all we're looking for, is, like, solutions. Because I'm amazing, Smokey. Trust me, I'm just great. But yeah, so Smokey, what's your opinion on this? Me, when I want to nuke the economy. Well, okay. So, universal basic income. Taking all of my problem, Smokey, is if you're on welfare, you shouldn't be buying a chocolate bar. So this is coming from my own personal experience, Smokey. Working at Walmart as a cashier. There are people that come in on the regular that are clearly drug addicts that get employees to pay for their milk, their bread, and, like, their baby formula for their kid because they can't afford it. But they come in and they buy chocolate bars and they buy bags of chips. So what I'm saying is hold those people accountable and take away their welfare. Take the welfare money that they're spending on chocolate bars and chips and give it to homeless people in order to give them food and shelter. That's what I'm advocating for. What do you think, Smokey? I agree that everyone should be allowed to eat a chocolate bar. But if you can't afford to feed your kid, your baby, you can't afford to eat a fucking chocolate bar. I'm sorry, bro. You fucked up. You did something wrong. Life happens. So you don't get to eat a fucking chocolate bar. Feed your fucking kids. America has such a low amount of taxes and still provides more than what you're saying. There's literally no reason to do what you're saying. Okay, so Beezus, you said there's literally no reason to do what you're saying. Then I'm just gonna write it out.
They make employees of the company pay out of their own pocket because of sympathy. What do you think of that?
Not sure, to be honest, bro. If they choose not to feed their kid, then they shouldn't be getting money. I agree, Smokey. Because they are making a choice to spend the food on chocolate bar and chips because they know that people will feel sorry for them. So, Beezus, what you're saying is that people that abuse the system should not be held accountable for abusing the system. Because, like, I mean, that's a fair argument to have, but, like, I need a stance of an argument of some kind. Employees are required to pay taxes for the betterment of lowest income denominator already. But what I'm saying, Beezus, is these people should be held accountable for taking advantage of people's sympathy. I team, the system shouldn't exist, so I'm in the clear here. Well, there you go, Levi. You don't even want the system to exist. So that makes sense. Welfare is meant to help families, not fund habits. No excuse for kids going hungry while parents waste it. I agree, Smokey. So then I asked Beezus why he's against it, and all I wanted, like it's not like you're wrong. It's I just want to hear an argument. Like, okay, I have my argument. My argument is I don't want them buying chocolate bars and causing, like, other people for sympathy. And if I have... Oh, I was at an ad break. Okay, sorry, Beezus. We'll start again. So I said, like I said, if you are taking advantage of employees... Here, I'll just do it. I'll just do the TTS again. So it's in the chat.
They make employees of the company pay out of their own pocket because of sympathy. What do you think of that?
My argument is I'm fine with them buying chocolate bars because it doesn't cost the average citizen much money. Okay, Beezus, I agree with you. I think if you want to live in a society, you have the obligation to take care of the weakest. Okay, Smokey, chocolate bars are not a luxury like a car or a phone. Okay, Smokey, can you be like a deliberator here? So, Beezus and 13, you're saying that someone should not be held accountable for buying chocolate bars instead of feeding their kids. Am I hearing that right? Like, this is what I don't understand, is like this just doesn't compute in my head. That's a different issue of child neglect. But no, it's... But Beezus, that's what I'm trying... I don't understand. I'm saying they are committing child neglect through buying these chocolate bars. So if me as a citizen knows this and has an opportunity to report this, then should there not be a system for me as a citizen who's paying taxes that go into welfare? Are they? It sounds like people are buying that stuff for them. So what... Here's one way. If they lose their money, the only people that will suffer is their children. So what you're saying, Beezus, is that you agree with me. Because what I'm hearing is, if they don't feed their kids, then they should get in trouble. And what I'm saying is, if they don't feed their kids, they should get in trouble. So we're on the same page, right? And all I'm saying is, as a person who is witness to that happening, I should have an avenue to report that person in order for them to lose their welfare. That's not like CPS or some bullshit like that. But, you know, maybe it should be. But I shouldn't be held accountable as the company should be held accountable for selling that product. If they lose their welfare, their children are dead. No, Beezus. Because if they lose their welfare, they can't buy chocolate bars anymore.
But employee will still buy their kids food.
They are feeding their kids, though. The employees are buying their food for them to give to their kids. Exactly. So if the employees are... if they're cheating the system in order to get the employees to pay for their kids' food, they should get in trouble. Do you agree or not? Because 13... I am not allowed to, as an employee of Walmart, I am not allowed to enact in any way on an employee, or sorry, on a customer of the store. I'm not allowed to do anything, and it would come back to me if I reported it. Because there's not enough space in society for the already rampant problem that is parentless children. I'm going to fault the system, not the people taking advantage of the system. But Levi, doesn't that just cause more problems? Shouldn't we hold them both accountable? We should hold the system accountable, and we should hold the people that are abusing the system, because every system's gonna have loopholes. All you have to do is set precedents, so when people use those loopholes, you say, hey, I got you, don't fucking do that. That's all I'm advocating for. Does that make sense? Like, I want both. I want the system to be accountable, and I want the people to be accountable. Not just one or the other. I want both. What problem are there in the current system for what you're talking about? Are you saying there's a massive amount of children starving because of chocolate bars? No, I'm using it as an example, Beezus. In that case, you are accusing a parent of neglecting a child based only on the purchase of a chocolate bar. No, 13.
I am charging them based on the fact they are making other people pay for their groceries.
The chocolate bar is a side fact. The chocolate bar is just where their money is going. It's the fact that they're using sympathy and a child in order to abuse other people. You just fundamentally disagree with welfare as a whole then. If the parent chooses their own luxury over the child's needs, that's a problem that needs to be fixed. Exactly, Sean. That's why, Beezus, I don't understand where you're coming from with this. What do you mean I just fundamentally disagree with welfare as a whole, then? So you're saying the fundamental basis of welfare is for people. The fundamental impossibility to a government institution with a libertarian understanding of property. So I'm unable to truly engage with this premise without my reasoning coming back to a complete repeal of the system. I can appreciate that, Levi. That makes sense. It's understandable, and I agree with you. Complete repeal of the system. But like I said, it's got to start in small steps. And what's the first step? The first step has to be holding people accountable. So I want a welfare system, but I want the people who are using the welfare system to be held accountable to it. But Beezus, I will also say this, in my perfect society, so I guess this is another question, Beezus, is I'll type it out so that it's there, right? And people can see it. How do I say this? Man, I can't think of a good way to say it. I guess, okay, the best, I guess, this is just the simplest way I can do it.
What are audits?
I think that's the simplest branch we can break it down to.
Should your taxes be audited?
Simple solution is to stop the food stamps card from covering luxury items such as chocolate bars, candy, and as much as it hurts me personally, soda and chips. If those things aren't covered by food stamps, then the sympathy trick isn't viable. Exactly, Sean. There you go. So, but Sean, do you understand what I mean by what are audits and should your taxes be audited? And what I mean by your taxes are audit, you think we should stop them from buying luxury items, and I do not agree. We just fundamentally do not. No. Beezus, see, this is where I think you're getting it wrong. Beezus, I don't want them to have to stop buying luxury goods. I want them to be able to buy a chocolate bar. Okay? I want them to be able to buy a chocolate bar. But I don't want them to be able to buy a chocolate bar instead of baby formula. If they have a baby and they can't afford baby formula, should not be buying chocolate bar. If you have baby, you can afford baby formula, you can feed kids, you can buy 2 chocolate bar. So I think that's where it's like there's some sort of fundamental miscommunication between what I'm trying to say and what I think you think I'm saying. People gain more money when they have children per month. That problem doesn't exist unless they're malicious. Thank you, Beezus. Exactly. So what I'm saying is the people that are maliciously doing it, don't you think there should be an avenue for someone such as me, as an employee who sees it happen, to be able to do something about it? And what I'm saying is, in my Walmart contract, if I called CPS on those people, I would get fired for interfering with an employee. That's what I'm saying. Is there's no avenue of recourse for me. And if I tell someone to do it and it comes back to me that I told that person, I also get fired. That's what I'm talking about. So I think maybe somewhere down the line the plot got completely lost. You've been to a point where you've been wanted to report someone to CPS after seeing them buy. No, Beezus.
After a year of seeing over probably $3,000 of employees buy for their 3 kids.
That's what I'm talking about. Not the chocolate, like it's the fact that they're literally not taking care of their kids, and I can prove it financially, but nothing can be done about it. I'm just saying 13. Like, it's literally in my contract. I'm not allowed to intervene with like that, no matter what. Just being an employee at Walmart means I'm not allowed to do that. It puts my job on the line. It's crazy. They don't let you do anything. You can report people for tax fraud or unreported income. If I do that, Beezus, and it comes back to me that I reported it, I get fired. You cannot take any action against a customer because it's the idea of customer company confidentiality. Because you're working with something that is so dear to a person, such as survival as food, it's like a patient-client privilege disclosure. That you literally have to, like, sign it to work as an employee at Walmart. So anything you learn about employees is non-actionable in the real world. Do their children look like they're starving to you, or are you making an implication based off of their purchases? I am making an implication based off of their purchases. But is that not a start of the investigation to say, hey, I think something's fishy is going on here? If it's the second, then you're upset about the money they're getting monthly, probably. But, Beezus, what I'm saying is the reason their kids don't look like they're starving is because they're getting people to pay for their kids' food. So all I'm saying is I think there's something fishy going on, and I would like to be able to report it. But because Walmart is a company that does non-interference, I'm not allowed to, or risk my job. And I think that should be illegal. Beezus, you would look at their pay stubs, their receipts, and you would see that the only thing they ever buy is like chocolate bars and chips. So you'd be like, okay, well, how did you feed your kids if all the $2,000 that we gave you went to chocolate bars and chips? Like, I'm exaggerating. I'm absolutely exaggerating, but I'm saying, like, I don't understand what you mean by you can't track that. You look at their bank account and the money that they received and the receipts that they've spent the money on, and you say, hey, that's not milk, eggs, bread, and cereal. That's chips, fucking, you know, they could say, I worked a day for a neighbor, he gave us food. Then, Beezus, you go to the neighbor, and you ask the neighbor. That's the next step in the investigation. Okay, great. Now we go talk to your neighbor. And your neighbor says, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I gave him $300 for food because the bastard won't feed his fucking kids. Caught. But he would be in contempt for lying in a criminal investigation. He could go to jail for lying. Do you think he'd really risk that? Like, this is the extreme we're talking in order to prevent it from happening. Like, if you're, like, you'd be literally be an accomplice to, you would be an accomplice to child abuse. Probably close to 60% of people lie on their taxes. Okay, Beezus. So then 60% of those people should go to jail. And if you say that's not possible, I say, yes it is. It's not child abuse, the kid is getting fed. No, in my opinion, Levi, it's child abuse via proxy, via an associate. That's how I view it. I view it in degree orders from extension. You are a bad actor. How are you a bad actor? You are using sympathy. How is the other person a bad actor? They are falling for the sympathy and they are enabling. Both the people are in the wrong. Both the people go to jail. It's not moral. It's not ethical. But it will stop the problem. Hypothetical child abuse because they're not buying food for their kids, which in theory could mean the kids aren't being fed. It is the intent. That's all that matters, is the intent. They are intending to fuck over the system for their own gain. Where do the kids go after that? Beezus, that's the problem. You're right, that creates a problem. The kids are fucked. But guess what? That's the parents' fault. And that's life. You got bad spawn RNG, man. Hey, at least you were born in a first world country. At least you weren't born in fucking South Africa. You know? It could be worse, man. It fucking sucks, yeah, but it could be worse. That's how I view it. I view it as it's a first world privilege. That, like, sorry, bud. Yeah, you have to die. Because your dad bought a Snickers last week. It's massively anti-welfare, but I'm on Beezus' side here because he's arguing his side well. You have to die because your dad bought a Snickers last week. But we're not talking about that, Beezus. We're talking about a year. Possibly years. Like, the newest is just born, the oldest is 6 years. In most cases, some family member would be taken, would take the children. Yeah. But, like, so... Again, I don't see how... I mean, I guess I'm just dumb. I'm gonna have to accept that I'm just dumb. And I don't understand. And my fantasy world just doesn't make sense to you guys. I mean, that's... I don't know what else to say. Like, I just... If me wanting people to be held accountable for their intentions is not viable for this world, then, I mean, it's really dark and fucked up to say, but, like, no wonder I don't leave my house. I don't want to be a part of that world. I don't want to influence that world. I don't want to be influenced by that world. Like, if I'm advocating for taking all of the good things and using those, and getting rid of all of the bad things, and the good things help people and the bad things hurt people, that's how you can tell if they're good or bad. Those are the standards we use. If we can't construct that world in any way, shape, or form possible, or people don't believe, like, all hope is gone that people don't believe that that's a type of world that can exist, then I guess I'm just gonna have to be the most naive person in the world and believe that I think it could work, and if I can't convince anyone else, then that's my problem, not someone else's problem. Does that make sense? Winco Foods would report them immediately. CPS would be involved almost at once. They wouldn't let any luxury be purchased before the requirements. Formula would be on the belt first. We also have WIC, Women, Infants, Children. They provide additional funding for infant care and postpartum for the mother. So Sean, what you're saying is these systems already exist. So you're saying the systems that I'm advocating for already exist. They aren't perfect by any means, but they exist. Okay, so answer me this. if those systems exist, why is the company that I work for legally allowed to say that I can't intervene? Because on a fundamental level, that's what this is about. This is about someone with evidence being allowed to intervene. And the only way to catch people is for people to get reported. Because you signed a contract, it's their policy, and the Waltons are not the best character in the world. Because they might be liable if their employees harass customers. I'm not saying it's not justified. I mean, I actually kind of agree with it because of the things that, as an employee, as a cashier, like, you learn about people through their purchases. So, like, to me, it's completely understandable. I'm just like, I wish it wasn't there. I wish it was illegal. Even though I understand why it's there. And in some cases it can help. And it does prevent things. But I think in the worst cases, it makes the worst situation as opposed to preventing the worst cases. Right? So you gotta look at, well, what are the outcomes? Well, the outcomes are actually worse than what it's preventing. So maybe it shouldn't be there. That's all I'm trying to say. So my question is, I don't understand why Beezus and Levi are against that. For the same reason you're not allowed to say whatever you want on Reddit. They can't arrest you, but they can kick you out of their product, breaking their TOS. So that's another thing, Beezus, that I would say is that in my perfect world, you wouldn't, like, okay, you can't be a publisher. It might not be worth it to carve out special exceptions, since that makes the issue more difficult to dispute if you're found potentially in breach. I mean, fair enough. But I still think it's like the contracts themselves should be, you know, a buddy of mine flicked his finger in front of his daughter's mouth because she cursed. He didn't even contact her lips. It was to startle her. But he got reported to and the kids were taken away within the week. See, and that's the worst part, Sean, is people that shouldn't get their kids taken away get their kids taken away. And people that should get their kids taken away don't get their kids taken away. So all I'm advocating for is a system where the people that don't, like, shouldn't get their kids taken away don't get their kids taken away. And people that do need to get their kids taken away get their kids taken away. And if someone's there to provide the proof of it, or if there's a mechanism there to provide proof of it, that mechanism should be used. But I would counter with this, Beezus. You want to fix problems the government has been working toward fixing for about a century. Fortunately, the world needs even the bad parents because there's such a shortage. Loot Zero, or Loot Zero, welcome. Beezus, the problem is the government doesn't want to fix the problem. So what I'm saying, like this all came from, is I'm advocating for changing laws, hypothetically, that prevent all of this from happening, and creating a structure and a plan for that. And the entirety of this is like, okay, building the economy and structure of the tree in my book. Because I don't know anything about economics. I don't know anything about government. I don't know anything about welfare. How am I supposed to develop a government inside of a tree with a universal basic income when I don't understand that? They definitely do. They try and kick you off if you abuse the welfare system all the time, and will literally stop you from using it if you don't actively look for work, at least where I live. Okay, Beezus, then why... I'm gonna concede to agree with both of you because apparently you're making my point better than I am. I'm making my point so bad, you guys think I'm on the other fucking side. The real issue is that adopting costs too much and is too strict a requirement. You have to own a house and be a foster parent for X years before you're allowed to adopt. My brother is a pharmacist. He was only able to adopt one child. I mean, we don't fully disagree with each other. Oh, I know. It's true. I just disagree with the extreme points you're making on top of it. My extreme points are just there to add emphasis to how far things can go. But you're right, everything is very hyperbolic, very extreme, and I always like to take things to the end of their path. I don't like to see just the root and the origin. I like to see the tree after it's grown. Does your story have a scene where a parent is arrested for buying a chocolate bar? No, 13, but I will make the comparison to the story that I'm doing now, where the parent of this character... So I'll give you an idea, and you guys tell me if this makes sense. I'm actively going to make it my life goal to write down every company in these ads and never buy their products again. True, Beezus. Okay, so Duarte is 12. His parents own a paper company that's basically a monopoly inside of the tree, and everyone writes like poems, plays, and like basically they write everything on this like parchment that's monopolized by Duarte's parents. Duarte's 12 and wants to be an adventurer. His parents adamantly refuse at any point in time him to do anything with adventurers because they want him to follow in the family footsteps because they need him to progress the family company. In my book, this would be considered child abuse. Does that make sense? And again, 13, it's not getting arrested for buying a chocolate bar. It's getting arrested for neglecting your kid. This is where I'm like, I feel like I'm up against the media because you guys keep bringing up the chocolate bar, but the chocolate bar really has nothing to do with it. It's the fact that they're not feeding their kids. You already get arrested for child abuse. That's borderline. Adventuring is dangerous, so a parent wouldn't want that. However, you're forcing your child to follow a certain path that should be illegal. Exactly, Sean. That's the idea. Is it's supposed to be super controversial. How, like, to me, it's like not letting your kid walk across the street by themselves until they're like 18. You can legally report people for child abuse and do it anonymous, so your company would never know. But you're still risking it. Beezus. And if the company, what if Walmart owns that company and looks at the files because they have the rights to? And all of a sudden, I've given my anonymity towards Walmart, who knows me, who has all the privileges. I don't keep bringing up the chocolate. I keep bringing up the fact that the kid gets fed. Your issue doesn't seem to actually be the kid's not getting fed. My issue is the intent behind the person. It's not what they're doing, it's why they're doing it. The why is what's important. So, why are they not buying food for their kids? And the answer is because they know, through sympathy, they can get other people to buy food for their kids. So, via proxy, that allows them to spend all of their welfare money on luxury goods. I don't know how much simpler I can break it down. So you look at the intent of the person. The intent of the person is manipulating the law. You say, okay, well, if you're not spending the welfare to feed your kids, you don't need the welfare. I promise you I've understood your point the whole time. Okay. So I'm the one who, I'm the one who's retarded. I'm the one who doesn't understand. I'm the one who's uneducated. I don't understand. That's all I can say is, like, I don't understand then. Like, it's a chain of events. If the system held them accountable for buying their kid food with welfare money, don't worry, this is how people get wiser. It's true. It's just I disagree with taking welfare away from people unless they're drastically abusing it. I also think it's a lot harder to track than you're thinking.
All my Reviets and bank statements show that I bought junk food over $3,000 of it. Does this constitute as abuse? Receipts.
So much more money spent by the government to expand the program, so much money is untraceable by the IRS. Okay, Beezus. So then I'm saying...
The cameras at Walmart show them at the till buying the chocolate bar with me there, them paying cash. I give them the receipt and they align you the times on the camera. Up. How does that not solve it?
Government programs would have to expand so much to interact with every Walmart security camera and look through them for each person. This is billions of dollars.
But I am not talking about everyone, I am saying. I have the information, I do it as an employee, no need to do everyone, just the report. How many % of 911 calls are fake?
Creating a task force to specifically tackle these things would just open up another program for the government to misuse IMO anyways. But Beezus, these is Walmart the only place you're allowed to spend your welfare, or does every business have to have these security measures in place? No, Levi. All companies have security programs in place. So all I'm saying is if someone reports something, there is a simple 1, 2, 3 button that you can press to confirm it. It takes 3 seconds if you have the infrastructure and everything set up. All you have to do is go into the government database, look up the camera file, look up the date of the file of the data. Boom. Okay, I lined up the data, I look at the camera for 3 seconds. Okay, that's the person there. Okay, make a call. Yep, okay, yep, confirmed. All right, done. How do they do it anyways? Like I don't understand. Like, you're using the same channels that you would use anyways, that already exist. I'm just saying, like, allow the public to present the evidence. Here's an idea for welfare money: a credit card exclusively for primary needs like bread and water and nothing else. Does it work for your building? Oh, 13. It's just a concept idea. They're like, for my world, because think about this, 13. The reason why there's nothing in my world inside of the tree is because you do not get tired, there is no fatigue, there is no sleep, there is no hunger, There is no pain. There is no nothing. You instantly heal. The only way to die is to have your head cut off. Your body can't even die. Your mind dies before your body does, and then they have like a euthanasia ritual. So everything anyone gets in the tree is a luxury because they don't need it to survive. Does that make sense, 13? So there's no need for this universal basic income. Everyone just literally survives. So that creates a premise that survival itself is universal basic income. It doesn't matter how easy it is. You're asking to send out a group to monitor it with each report. And I promise you, once this program is in place, there would be tens of thousands of reports. The team would have to look through each one, discuss among themselves if it's a legitimate report or not, and it would take a massive amount of money to pay this team during this process. It would take years to sort through.
But don't we do that A and B 6 ways?
But don't we do that anyways? Like, that's what I'm trying to say, Beezus, is we already do that. So, like, I'm advocating for a way to completely expedite the process. And it wouldn't just be, okay, so let's go through these point by point, right? So, it doesn't matter how easy it is. It's not supposed to be easy. It's actually really hard to do. Diverting funds through the government or increasing taxes is all I'm saying. Okay, but fair. You're right. You're completely right, Beezus. But let's look at this. You're asking to send out a group to monitor it with each report. I don't think it requires a complex world-building explanation in the story. No, but 13, it's like, this is where I'm coming from. It's like, I want a derivative of this. And then I want to send it all to hell. Right? So, and that's why I need other people's perspectives. Because I need other people to be, like, there needs to be conflict. Right? It's a utopia, but the whole point of the book is that utopias can't exist. They will crumble under their own weight, no matter how magnificent the utopia is. That's basically the premise of the book. And that's because the mind can't deal with stagnation. The entire idea is stagnation is the death of existence. And there must always be continuous change in order to prompt existence to want itself, essentially. So, anyways, you're asking to send out a group to monitor it with each report. No. Beezus, what I'm saying is, as the person who has the information, I can go to my company that I'm an employee of, and I can make a request saying, hey, I think these people are cheating the welfare system. Here's the receipt. It has the timestamps on it. Look at the cameras. Look at the receipt. Company does that. That's an HR thing. Companies already do this with theft. Honestly, you could legitimately make a huge moral dilemma in your story. So many people are getting provided for, and it looks like heaven until one day you see the people that are not worth their weight to provide for, they get kicked out of the tree and then make hell society for a different place. Then eventually they rise up because they want the same benefits. Oh, Beezus, you have no idea. Okay. Have you ever been here? It's like your parents abused the system, so you're kicked off, and people who didn't deserve to be kicked off were suffering for their parents' sins. See, you're heading in the right direction, Beezus, but you're going in the right... Okay, you're going down the right road, but you're going in the wrong direction. Does that make sense? The bottom 15% of society, the troublemakers, there are, I don't know, what's 3 times 3... Wait, is it 3 times 3 or is it 3 times 2? How does the math on this work? So you have sex, drugs, and violence. How many combinations can you make with this? Because you can have... Wait, okay, let's see. So we have all 3. Let's write this down. Let's see how many combinations, because this is extremely important. 6... 3 times 3. So we have sex, violence, drugs. Then we have sex and violence. Then we have sex and drugs. Then we have sex. Then we have violence and drugs. Violence. And then we have drugs. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we have 7. So this is the all-in. An area where you can do all of this, no problem. Full PvP server. No drugs, but everything else goes full PvP server. It's because each one needs to be a set of itself, right? I was confused about that too. I was like, that doesn't make sense. I'm missing something here. No violence, not a PvP server. All sex and drugs allowed. Full orgy room. Segregated by... What's the word I'm looking for here? Fetish. This is the Final Fantasy story, right? Yes. Yes. So, like, you'd have a room for specifically bondage, masochism, and then you'd have, like, all the combinations of them. You know, you'd have ones that are specifically for, like, romance and just fucking. Ones for that are, like, single couples, multiple males, multiple females. Every possible thing across. So you literally have, and remember, guys, if we look at the tree, right? If we look at the tree, this is the tree trunk. How do I fill? How do I fill? Is this it? There. Okay. So you see the blue? The blue is where the tree hasn't been hollowed out yet. And the black and the white is where people live. Do they actively choose not to go onto the top of the tree, or were they kicked out? Everything above this point where the canopy is... Whoops. That's not what I want. Wait. No, how do I change it back? Okay, just undo. Okay, this. Canopy of the tree, right? Right here is the palace. So this is where the monarchy is. And, like, the government structure. So all the government operates inside of the palace up here. Everything else that's inside of the tree is inside, like, that amount of space. Like, there's so much more of the tree to expand. They never mind that far. No, they have. Because the monarch is at the top of the tree. Because he started there. Remember, he started there when this was a seedling. So the palace has always been on top of the tree. It's technically not even most of it's outside of the tree. It's not even inside of the tree. At least it used to be. But now the tree is so large that it's all inside of the tree. But, okay. So, in this circumstance, no matter what you did, the population would not be able to fill up the tree. So that kind of gives you the perspective of these different rooms, right? So each of these areas are literally considered their own servers, that if you go to these areas, they are like completely different countries inside of the tree with completely different laws. And like, you are only admitted entry into them if, you know, you've basically passed a test. So the palace is a tree house that was in place before the tree even grew. Exactly, Sean. Exactly. Because how it happened is, there's the domed city. Just a suggestion. Oh, but Beezus, what I'm saying is, your suggestion leads to the same area. So what I think is really cool is that you are thinking that, like, you're literally thinking in the same line that I am, but I'm trying to solve the problem of it as it goes. So I'm like, shit, there's a giant uprising with everything. How do we solve it? Well, we segregate everyone into these PvP servers that make it so that, you know, sex, drugs, and violence are no longer an issue inside of the tree. And you're just like, sweet, we don't have to worry about them anymore. And, like, slowly over time, they've just been saying, like, because people can't die, so there's, like, in real life, the reason you can't have a fucking Coliseum is because people die. The only rule in the Coliseum is you can't kill people. You can't cut someone's head off. But you can pretty much do anything else, because you can't die. There's no real consequences. So it's all about the thrill and the love, and you don't have to compete in it, but if you go in there as a spectator, you are basically forfeiting your ability. But it's not like you can go in there and die. You're gonna go in there and maybe you get your leg chopped off and you gotta put it back on. Maybe you lose your leg. Like, you can lose body parts. You know? Maybe there's a cult out there that eats body parts and severs body parts so people can't get their body parts back. Like, there's so many different things. Colosseums weren't actually all that dangerous outside of the executions. Oh yeah, Levi, because the last thing they wanted was their slaves to be dead, because a dead slave doesn't bring you in any money. But you should host a contest for viewers writing small stories that fit in your universe. It doesn't have to be put in the actual book, of course, besides maybe a reference. It would flesh out your world and give you a bit more viewer interaction, too. That's a great idea, Beezus. But that's what I like these discussions about, because it's like, I can take these discussions and add them into how I view the book. And I only have a singular retarded view on things, so having other people's views, I think, will give a larger dynamic to how well the book can go. But guys, I think this has probably been one of the most successful commentaries we've had, because we have had, like, a complete back and forth on, like, 5 different fucking topics, and they all lead back to the point of, is it better to throw pizza parties than to solve the problems that you have with your employees? And if all of this can come out of that, that's true interaction and discussion about things. Right? That's what I think, personally. Yes, Beezus, that is how this all started. That's how I extrapolate from things. And I start from the most minute, smallest, and I say, okay, where do we go from here? Okay, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? And that's how I understand how people can lose the plot over time, because my mind is thinking about like 100 different things down the line that I'm keeping track of. As I often said, tangents and bold. True, Sean. But yeah, that's how it started, with pizza parties and should companies do more for their employees, and how would they do that? And then it wound up into this. So I love that topics can expand and become these massive discussions, and there doesn't have to be any one person's right or one person's wrong. I think the biggest problem in politics is the idea that one person is right and one person is wrong. I don't think anyone's right, and I don't think anyone's wrong. I think we're all right, and we're all wrong. So, I don't think at the end of the day it really matters. I think what matters the most is intent. And if you can boil society down to intent, and if it was possible in some way with a god looming overhead, where if he detected you had bad intentions, he flicked you in the back of the head and said, "That's one warning, bro. You get 50 million warnings. That's one. Hey, that's two. That's three, bro. That's four. Dude, you're getting closer to 50 million. If you keep, dude, that's 644. Like, what do you're getting, oh, he died. Fuck, he died at 800. He never even made it to the 20 billion. Fuck. Like, that's how I think of, like, a benevolent god. Is sitting there flicking people in the back of the head saying, hey, your count's getting higher. But the count is so high, no one would ever actually be able to reach it. I think everyone's wrong besides me, and I refuse ever to admit I'm not right. That's fair, Beezus, and I can admit that you didn't change my mind on it, but I reckon I'm definitely right. Well, there you go. Everyone's right and everyone's wrong. As long as everyone can admit that, I think everyone can go forward easily. But if you can't admit there's at least, like when I say you're right and you're wrong, it just means it's a spectrum. Right? You could be 10% wrong, 90% right. You could be 90% wrong, 10% right. The percentage doesn't matter. I think it's important for people to accept that alongside what they think is right, there are wrongs in and among it. And you may call them devil's advocates, you may call them necessary evils, but at the end of the day, my goal is to just eliminate all of that. And if you stand in the way of that, then I'm just going to say, well, you're the one who's in bad faith and you're just corrupt. Or you don't have enough faith in people. And that's completely fair. Like, nothing says that you have to have faith in people. I don't have faith in people. I advocate for having faith in people because I want to believe that you should have faith in people. But all the experience in my entire life tells me I shouldn't have faith in people, including my own personal experience saying I shouldn't have faith in myself because I know how fucked up I am. That literally the only reason I started writing was because I started streaming. If there's no exterior thing holding me accountable, I will not do anything. I will lay in bed and I will mush brain myself into my own fantasies. Should I go kill zombie, mushrooms, or stone masks? Stone masks. But yeah, that's where I'm like the infinite understanding of coming to the agree to disagree, but I can admit that in and among my own philosophy, there may be things that need to be fixed. And it's not a complete whole. Like, that's kind of what, like, that's basically the only thing that I ask out of people. Is that, can you admit that there's a possibility that there is a hole in what you're saying? And I think if you can't admit to the possibility that there is, then I think you're lost in the sauce. Because no one's perfect, and no one should be expected to be perfect. So of course there's going to be holes, and there's going to be problems, and there's going to be devil advocates, and there's going to be lesser evils. At the end of the day, they're necessary cogs in order for the system to work. So I don't think necessarily the idea of fighting against that, as opposed to just introducing the idea of where is a step where we can fix it, where we can meet in the middle ground. How can I lose 5 points and you lose 5 points so that our overall gap closes? And at the end of the day, as I said, as a centrist, all I want is for everyone to just be able to sit down at the negotiating table and say, okay, I'll give up 50% if you give up 50%. And they're like, okay, you're giving up 50%? Dude, I'll give up 50%. And everyone can meet in the middle. Like, I think that's basically the only solution. Everyone has to give ground. But I don't think that will ever happen. And, like, the fact that I'm writing this into my book as the foundation of the government that falls and is, like, the main bad enemy of everything, and it goes to show that the smaller, like, non-full national kind of idea, if you ask someone about every belief they hold, they'd say each one is true. If you ask them if they think they probably believe something that's actually false, they'd say yes. Well, it's the idea of why would you believe something that you knew was false? But the answer to that question is ego. And optics. People will hold something false because they don't want to admit that they were wrong. So, people would rather die drowning than ask for help. Or let people know that they can't swim. Does that make sense? I think that's like, at the essence of it, that's boiling it down to like how people view optics. One of them's probably false, given their sheer number. But for one of them, for each one, I believe that it's true. Yes. But I get, okay, so Levi, I guess a better way to say it is, everything that you believe, why would you, okay, so number one, why would you believe something that you think is false? So let's go by the premise of you believe that everything that you believe is true. And that's why you believe it, because you believe that it's true. So, then the question becomes, okay, do you believe that there's the possibility that someone could change your mind about it? Someone could present information to you that might make you change your mind about it. So do you believe that there is information that exists in the world that would change your mind? Maybe that's the best way to say it. And if someone says, no, there's no information that could exist in the world that would change my mind, I would say, okay, I think you're naive and I don't think you're thinking this deeply enough. Because, I mean, I can give you the benefit of the doubt, but I don't think you're the smartest person and most intelligent person and the person who's come up with the perfect plan. Sorry to say, just like me, I haven't. Of course I fucking haven't. And even if I had, someone else already has and wasn't able to implement it. No true information can exist that would disprove a true belief. I used to change my mind pretty often, but I've done it quite a bit less often recently as I've grown older and gained knowledge. Okay, so, Levi. If, like, some sort of rift in the fabric of time opened up and, like, a robot entity came through and said, oh, by the way, you're living in a simulation, and then left. Would that not be information that would challenge your beliefs? What exactly is a true belief? A true belief, Neva, would be something that no matter what information you had, it would not change your belief. God could come down from the sky and tell you that you're wrong, and you would say, this is a psyop by the government, I'm right. A true belief is a thing that you believe is actually true. Okay, well then I'm wrong. So, then I ask the question, Levi, do you think that we live in a simulation? And notice I've staved taking a toke for this, guys. I want to keep my mind fucking crisp for this discussion. More so, do you believe it's a possibility? Neva, that's where the hypothetical comes in. I'm like 98% on the no simulation position. Okay, so Neva, this would be the thought process of the experiment. A person, not you, Levi, but a person would say, there is no information that exists in the world that would make me change my mind on this stance. This stance is, we do not live in a simulation. So then I say, in hypothetical, a rift opens up, an entity comes through, and tells you that you're living in a simulation. Hell, it brings you outside of the simulation into your real body, like the Matrix, and then puts you back into your body. What I'm saying is if that happened to someone, and they didn't change their beliefs at all, I would think that someone wasn't thinking thoroughly enough about their position in order to have an opinion about it. Does that make sense? Because it's like, you're being presented with the only evidence that will exist that will show you that that's true, and you still... And it's not even that, like, okay, I just don't have the brain power enough to comprehend the entirety, everything has existed, so I'm open to everything. And that's all I'm saying, Beezus, is someone who simply refuses the possibility of it. And says, no, 100%, there is nothing in existence that will ever change my mind about this. If someone says that, I will never take their opinion about something seriously, because I don't think the opinion that they had is thought through and come to it in their own volition. I think the opinion that they have with that is something that has been imprinted on them, and it's not something that they have, it's something that's been made for them. I think it's easy to write off the experience as a hallucination and to accept as proof of simulation. See, Levi, that's the thing, is you could like, I'm gonna say, if that happened to me, I wouldn't believe it. I would say, it's a psyop by the government. It's some sort of fucked up thing. It was a hallucination. I was having a seizure. But I would concede that there is a possibility that I'm wrong. But I don't believe that I am. But I will concede, and I call this my 99% rule. Nothing is 100%. You can only go to warp 9.9999999. You cannot hit warp 10. You can never hit, if you think something is 100% and there is no fault or error possibility at all, I believe that you are naive. There is no such thing as 100%. Any proof of simulation theory to me would require sufficient argument against my beliefs that would contradict it. Even if I got pulled out of this reality into another reality, my proof of not being in a simulation is that I can feel each hair on my arm moving in different directions. That's how I know I'm dreaming or not. Damn, Sean, that's powerful. You know how I know if I'm dreaming or not? I fucking don't.
Oh, shit.
Especially how high I am all the time. Guys, I think this is the longest I've gone without smoking if I'm not at work. Or sleeping. But I probably never even sleep for like 3 hours straight. But I'm gonna say, I don't know about you guys, but I have thoroughly enjoyed this conversation and this, like, exchange of ideas. And it has shown me a lot of outside perspectives that I haven't looked at before, and given me a lot to think on about it, right? Everything you get close to on camera, I get an uncanny feeling that makes me feel like I'm seeing a creature from my dreams. It's the Me6! Wait, is that the right direction? I can't tell. I think it was. Yeah, you gotta get the teeth and the smile in there. You can, like, see it above. He's like, yeah, he's just staring at you. He's just staring into your soul. Oh, I love it. Oh, okay. Talks, you're a creature from my dreams, but in a good way. Okay, I can deal with that. I like being dreamy. Oh my god. Well, that was a discussion, guys. That went on way too long. We're not even going to get to write today. Because, well, let's see. No. Fuck it. Guys, we're doing the thing. It's my birthday. I do what I want. It's my fucking birthday, guys. I do what I want. We're going to check out this fucking game. World Box God Simulator. This was like one of the reasons why I was like, I wanted to do this discussion today and see if this kind of came up, is because we're playing a game that we are literally creating our own society in. So I am super stoked for this, guys. Wait. Did it just crash? Oh, OBS freaked out. Fuck. It's... There it goes. It's probably because it's not, No. Okay, where's our... Neva, what do you mean, no? Don't waste your time pinching yourself. Just blow on your arm to see if you're dreaming. Oh, I see. I have no control over anything. I wouldn't be able to blow on my arm if I wanted to. You didn't crash. Oh, I meant there's like this yellow bar around my screen. You guys can't see it, but there's like this yellow outline bar around my monitor. I don't know why. Okay, well, where's like... Okay, game settings. Here we go. Oh, settings. Where's, like, graphic settings? Graphics, okay. Wait, interface. Wait. Okay, everything looks good. I'm like, this is in... I don't know what experimental... If you want to add experimental mods... Oh, cool. If you're wondering if you're dreaming, it's a lucid dream, and once you confirm that you're dreaming, you will have control and can do literally anything you want. Fly, swim, fornicate, whatever. Yeah, I can't do that, Sean. For whatever reason, I just can't do it. I've never been able to. My brother can fly, my dad can fly... Like, they're lucid dreamers. I can't. I don't like control. I just let my mind go wherever it goes. And do whatever it does. I can't stand it. I hate having control. I just want someone to tell me what to do. Who created your Discord? I did. Why? Why wouldn't I use the Discord that I created? I've only ever done that in a cliff dream where we're walking along and right off a cliff. That's something I know damned well I'd never do, and so it's a dream, I start flying. Nice, that's crazy, Sean. Is there something wrong with the Discord? Yeah, as soon as I click off of it, it like minimizes. So I was wondering, is it not in... There we go. Yeah, see, full screen. I don't want full screen. I want windowless border. I want windowless bordered. I guess I can't do windowless bordered. So we'll just have to do it like this. Okay, music volume. Let's do 70. Sound volume for effects, let's say 80. UI 65. Posted a drawing of mine. Ooh, in the pics? Oh, cool. Dude, that is fucking sick. Okay. You want to know what I absolutely love? So my friend had a room. And I'll bring this up because we're going to kind of need this. So, this was like how the room was set up. So, there was a mirror here. There's a mirror here. And there's another mirror here. This mirror reflects light onto that mirror. That mirror reflects light onto that mirror. That reflects light onto that mirror. The image that's projected from this mirror to here is 1. What's projected to here is 2. Does that make sense? Because the light from here, change the color, is going there, and then bouncing off there, and hitting there. But whatever's here is actually 2. How big are the cities living within the holes carved within the trees? 6 to 10 miles squared, Beezus. 6 to 10 miles squared. The entire population of the tree is like 2 million people. But do you guys see how this works? Yes. It's a big-ass tree, Cute Muffin. So, but do you see how, like, the original image on this isn't the same image that's reflected here? Or the same image that's here? That's kind of like the philosophy behind it, is that there's no actual essence to the mirror itself, right? It's only reflecting what's there. So depending upon the angles that you put it. So like, dang it, gotta run again, I'll miss y'all. No worries, Neva, I love this though. What I'm trying to explain with this is, it's so hard, like when you're doing drawings, like this is a double reflection, right? Like, this mirror is showing what's in that mirror that's showing what's this mirror. So it's like, it's showing this side of her face that's the same as that side of her face that's the same as this side of her face. I fucking love this shit. This is so fucking cool. I love the experimental abstract essence of the reflection of the mirror. I've always loved that shit. So thank you for sharing that with us. That's beautiful. I get kick out of people who don't understand how they can read a paper on a mirror when it's on the mirror and they're standing beside it. If you can see the paper, then light from the paper is hitting the mirror. I don't know if this is a skit or not, but I think this is it.
Can the mirror see my head moving? How does the mirror know what I'm doing if I got it covered? How can you see what my head is doing on the other side if I've got this up in front of me?
Fucking retard.
How does the mirror know what I'm doing on the other side?
How does the mirror know? The mirror doesn't know. Light knows.
Can you see me on the other side of this mirror? How can you see it if this thing is up in front of me?
You need to go back to school, bitch. I'm pretty sure it's a skit, though. Same thing. If you can see the thing and the mirror, then light from the target is bouncing off the mirror. This is what people think the average American is like. No, Beezus, the problem is the average American is not smart enough to be able to even do that experiment. They don't even understand, like they wouldn't know to put, they wouldn't know to put the thing up there. Like, they're so dumb, they wouldn't even know to put the towel up to block the mirror. They would just think the mirror was evil and, like, their twin was on the other side. Like, that's what people think an American is, an average American. Like, literally so dumb they wouldn't even be able to come up with the idea of being this fucking dumb. This is, like, a smart level of being dumb, right? This is, like, analytical dumbness. The average American can't do analytical dumbness. So I think it's actually worse than you think. Oh, but anyways. Apparently this is playing out. I don't know how to play this game, guys. We'll figure it out, though. What should we do? Now, if you write something in a box and put that on the mirror, you can't see that because the side of the box prevents you from seeing the writing. Thus the mirror can't see it either. Exactly, Sean. Guys. Never mind, I'm retarded. I was like, what the fuck did I do with my cup? I was like, did I knock my cup over? Like, is there broken glass on the ground? Like, oh god. Make Middle Earth from memory? I don't even know. I literally don't even know. I have never seen, like, a full map of Middle Earth. Like, fully. I've, like, only seen, like, the zoom across. And maybe if I've seen the entirety of it, like, once, but never, like, enough. Fake nerd. I never said I was a nerd, Levi. Would you believe that I've only read Lord of the Rings twice? And, like, the last time I read it, I was probably 11? And I read it when I was, like, 8, and I read it when I was, like, 11? And then the movies came out, and I said, fuck it. You're literally wearing black glasses. But dorks wear glasses, too. You can be a dork and not a nerd. There's a difference. One's, like, intellectual intelligence, and the other one is, like, I'd say, technological intelligence. I'm guessing 69. Yeah, Muffin. I'm 60 fucking 9. I see the acronym. I see. He's a beautiful, intelligent, talented, cunning, honest person. It's Dragonland. Wait, what did you say, Sean? Dude, I'm only 46, Muffin. I thought there was a previous to that, Sean. He's a beautiful, intelligent, talented, cunning, honest person. Who? Who are you talking about, Sean? I've never met a person like that before. I see the first letter of each. You're playing World Sandbox. Didn't expect that after one day. Read the first letter of each word, he said. You. I wasn't talking about you, Sean. Oh, I'm a bitch! Oh! Okay. And what do you mean you didn't expect after one day, Muffin? Bomb Dropper told me about this, and I was like, okay, I'll check it out and see what it's like. And we were heavily talking about politics today, so I figured it'd be a good time to, drop in a game where we're going to completely fuck civilization over. I know, but I'm older than talk. I'm only 34, guys. I still got another 4 years in me. I still got another 4 years. Don't worry. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. It's just kind of one of those things. We'll learn with the times as we go. But for now, man, today I was supposed to smoke a shit ton of weed today because it's my birthday. But no, we had to go off on a tangent, and I didn't want to smoke any weed because I wanted my brain to be true. Well, then Scotty's a big-ass baby. A high one, too. I'm not high, Muffin. I haven't smoked in like 3 hours, actually. We had a 3-hour conversation that I was not smoking during. Chosen not to increase my age with each birthday. True, Beezus, but remember, there was like one thing in the book, right? The idea that you are called your age day by your birthday. So if you were born in the year 96, you're 96 years old. The entirety of your life. You will always be 96. But they take, subconsciously, you take the number 96, and if the year is 21, and they were 90, or 121, and they were 96, well, they're obviously 25. So, people that have higher numbers are actually younger. Because 79 is older than 98. And I want to make that very, very, very potent in the story to confuse people, to be like, what do you mean he's older? You said you're 98 and he's 57. I don't fucking understand. And then eventually it'll reveal that's how the naming convention with births work. Because I just think it's a really interesting idea. And I want to confuse people with ages. And make ages very confusing until it's revealed. And then you're like, wait, does that mean, wait, because if I was born in 91 and it's 25 and I'm 34, then, yeah, you know, like, you're doing them, it's like, it's the reverse of if someone says how old they are, you can, if someone says how old they are, you basically instantly know what year they were born in, right? So wouldn't the opposite also be true? If your age was the year you were born in and you knew what the date was now, you could trace back as long as you knew what the date was now. The only exception for age is, oh, if you don't know the date now. But then, wait, if you don't know the date now, then how do you know how old you are? Because if you don't know the date, you can't say how old you are because you don't know if it's 2026 or 2027. So you wouldn't know if you were 35 or 36. Do you have a large amount of lore written for each city? Yes. And no, Beezus. I used to use this program, and I had, like, probably 600,000 words on this program. And, it doesn't exist anymore. So I learned to back up my shit.
I'm
So,
gonna go to bed.
That's
Have a
why
good day and I'll
99%
see you
of it is in
tomorrow.
my head.
Bye to everyone else. Opening parenthesis semicolon.
But yeah, I spent like 16 years like writing out shit. And then the site just disappeared. Or I can't remember the name of it. I don't know. I have no idea. It's just gone. I got a new computer. I forgot about it. Next thing you know, I have no fucking idea. I've looked through like every type of archiving that like you can do for like I spent like a year going through trying to find it. Like, what are the different programs that like archive for like story writing and like script writing online? But then it's like, oh, what email address? It's a fucking useless endeavor to try and find it. It's a joke. That's why I have like copies of everything everywhere, because I was so mad that I was just an idiot. I was just a fucking idiot. Go to bed, have a good night, have a good birthday, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye to everyone else. Alright, Muffin, have a good night, good sir. Take care. Thank you for the birthday wishes, my friend. Always appreciated. Hell yeah. Alright, well, time to die. Okay. Guys, how do we play this game? I do not know how to play this game. I'll one up you. Look at the new server. Yeah, but look at the new one. It probably hasn't updated yet. Give it a second. I created 3 of them. Now we have infinite supply. And that is how you create an infinite loop, guys. Well, if we got people giving suggestions, we need suggestions for suggestions with suggestions that give suggestions about suggestions for suggesting suggestions with suggestions for suggestions. Start at the bottom. Suggestions for stream or for Discord channel suggestions. So we can add extra channels. We got stream, game, books. So we got like all these fucking channels we can go through. I'm not even gonna bother putting anything in there. You can do whatever you guys want with that. Okay, so I don't know what I'm doing here, guys. I have absolutely no idea. How do I make a new one? Choose a template to generate a random foundation for your world. Current world will be lost. We'll just go empty. Choose the size. Warning, will delete current world if not saved. Okay. Plain soil, hills, mountains, forest, sand. Then we take plain soil. Can I increase the size? Wait, can I not build outside of this square? This square is my world. I can't build outside of it? Well, maybe we go back to the beginning then. Okay, let's learn to play the game before we actually do this. Let's create a new world. Let's just Evil Overlord, Ants. Yeah, let's just do this one. Sure. Okay, let's just learn how to play the game first. That's a big part of it. All right, let's see what happens, guys. Put one of those guys out there. Attack everything! Yeah, I don't think I'll ever find any direction to this game. I can change the game on Kick. Oh, I forgot to change the category. I need structure for this kind of thing. I just watch the chaos unfold. Who will win in the end? Who will weather natural disasters? Oh shit. The hell is that thing? Are the elves and the orcs at war yet? Looks like they killed themselves. They killed everything. Oh, it looks like these mages are the ones who are killing everyone. Oh! Okay, let's create a new world. Okay, it is what it is. From here, we're gonna go. Start with 2 sheep, a cow, and 2 humans. Grass seeds. This is speed. Warp mode. So let's add more humans. See what they do. There isn't really any music to this, so I'm just gonna turn this back on. Don't know how loud this is gonna get. Don't know what these guys are doing though. Okay, let's add some more chickens. Not a monkey. Let's add a bear over here. Add some crabs on here. And add one random elf. One random dwarf. You'll have to discover them! I believe you can put in separate societies like the orcs in the bottom left and put them in a different quadrant of the map. They advance and eventually clash with your human society. That's kind of the idea, yeah. Well, it looks like the humans are expanding. Oh, are they already at war? Dude, they're already at... Wait, what? The dwarfs and the elves. Let's introduce some new invasive species. Couple of cows. And this is how the Earth was created, my friends. Humans had a good head start, but man. See who wins. And now out of nowhere is gonna come the orcs. And they're just gonna overwhelm. The horde has come! Will there be an alliance or will they all perish? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Guys, the elves are dying. Oh, I think the elves are dead. That was EverQuest original game, where they developed a functional ecosystem. Then the players came in and killed it overnight because they made cute squeaky noises and gave XP. Sounds about right. Dude, the elves are dead. I'm pretty sure there aren't any more elves anymore. Wait, what's going on? Yeah, I'm like 100% sure the elves are dead. They wiped elves off the map, guys. That's brutal. The thing to do is make a bunch of islands and let them build up on those before clashing. Ah! Now you're thinking. Can we go any faster? I think it's the fastest we can go. Yep. So I can go like this. You can also terraform natural disasters if you want. Dwarves and there we go. Then we got a bunch of islands here, a couple of little islands there, island there. And now we drop and we're gonna make this one elves, but they're gonna start up here. And they're gonna eventually outclass them because there's gonna be so many of them. I think we're winning. And the elves will eventually take over here. B-Day, congrats Cerrito, for I shall use this day, possibly a day before or after your birthday, for my actual character that's based off of you in my anime, if you would like it to be in, that is. Although I don't really know what you'd be. Of course you'd be human or perhaps an elf. Human hybrid, but more human-like, but somewhat tall and having the pointed ears. Basically, I've got it all for you now. Hell yeah, I'm all in, Rick. Sounds fucking awesome to me, bro. Fuck yeah. Sign me up. And it is my birthday officially today. I am 34 years old. Yay, 34. I would be a... That's not what I want. Let's see. I would be a... I would be the character who doesn't have powers, who's super jealous of people with powers, and he pretends that he has a power that's so powerful that no one can know what his power is, and no one has ever tempted against it because he belongs to like a family that's like super renowned for like their power abilities, and he even hides it from his parents. And he's like, if you guys knew, and it's all because his aunt died. And the assumption is that he did it with his superpower, but it was actually like some sort of freak accident. Boom. Background story. Sold. That's my character. What do you guys think? Alri, bet. So, anti-hero villain. However, bro, the character name sounds rich and is literally what I'm going for. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. But no, I have the backstory though. Thanks, by the way. No worries. It's perfect backstory. Perfect backstory. I love it. I'm super excited. And then maybe something like he develops technology instead of like powers, and he's trying to like create a new age of technology all on the back of this lie. And then he eventually like develops technology and then reveals that he doesn't have any powers, but now he has technology on his side. Although for real, it's 4 a.m. and I would love you to type it out or just say it, please. Because, you know, I've literally stayed up for 2 days. I'm confused, Rick. Brain ain't working much. Yeah, I'm confused. You want me to write it down or say it? But I already said it. So do you just want me to write it down for you? Just relay what you have said. Okay, so he doesn't have powers. He's from a very prestigious family that's like super high end, and they're like, you know, expecting their kid to have like amazing powers. And something happens when he's like really young, like 4 or 5. It's like, you know, his aunt or his uncle or something like that, like some sort of extended family member is like watching him while like his parents are out doing hero business or something. And there's some sort of accident where that person dies. And then like the main character, it was, let's say, like, it was something stupid, like he lit something on fire when he shouldn't have, you know, like little kids being kids. But he says it, like, in order to cover his own back, he says that it's his power. But he can't say what his power is because this happened because his aunt asked him what his power was, and he told her what his power was, and it unleashed his power. So knowing what his power is the most dangerous thing, so no one can know what his power is. And that's all a lie he created when he was a kid to cover up the fact that he accidentally probably killed his aunt. And then of course he becomes like anti-hero trying to like save the day for good causes, but eventually winds up joining with the villain or whatever to help him create a utopia without people with powers. Because maybe he finds out that the guy doesn't have powers or challenges him anyways, and the guy's like, oh fuck, I've never had anyone call my bluff! Oh god, okay! No, I don't actually have any powers! Fuck! Leave me alone! That would be cool too. And have him, you know, he's just like this character that pops in every now and then. And you slowly reveal about him through the rest of the story, like a myth about this person. And then you'll eventually show him. But it won't connect the two until like they line up. And then you'll do what you need to do. I think that would be bad fucking ass. Oh damn. Oh damn, guys, they're moving. They're moving cross country. The war has started. Who is going to win? Everyone else had a good start, but the elves got a massive boost there. So we'll see how that goes. Was that good, Rick, or do you want me to write it down in like a couple of bullet points? I don't know. These guys are powerful. Doesn't have powers. He's from a very prestigious family and expecting their kid to have powers. Extended family business, elders expecting him to gain powers. Has gone in an ancient... It got in an accident at age 5. He's got power by accident and does not want to have people know about his power because they will eventually consume him from his inventions that he makes. Will in turn trap his powers in the device that he made to call out his powers, battery of sorts. Write it out, please, so that I can group it with that, with what I said, please, and thank you. Dropping it in plot outline. I love how you added that he's building technology to trap his powers, but he really has no powers. Kid with no powers from prestigious family that everyone believes actually has a terrifying power. He tricks everyone into believing he does have powers by saying his aunt died once she figured out what his powers were. And the most dangerous part about me is just knowing what my powers are. He has the resources to trick everyone, so no one calls out his bluff. Is that what you mean? Well, you said that, though. I just added a bit of stuff. Well, it's like, it's a reason why he's working on the technology in the first place. He's pretending that it's to encompass his... like, to prevent him from releasing his power, but it's actually the mechanism by which he will gain power. So, like, just add that in as the little caveat as to the reason why he is, like, building technology. And the people are letting him do it. Oh man, you could go so hard with that story, Rick. I fucking love it. I love it. That's great. Uh-oh, looks like the elves are losing, guys. We gotta throw in some natural disasters. Oh, we need something bigger than that. We need, like... lava falls! But we're gonna give you guys tornadoes. We're gonna give you guys a motherfucking ton of rain that will just never end. World War! I have 10 kingdoms at war at once. Nice. And then this one's earthquakes. Oh, shit. Earthquakes. Okay, I think earthquakes destroyed them. But hey, those are the biggest ones at war. Right? So, like, God smites those who are at war? I mean, yeah, we were like milliseconds away from stopping World War. Instead, it is what it is. Can't help it, guys. Yes, that thing. For his battery is the vessel that contains his power, but in turn is also the key thing that releases his power against anyone. Also, would you like me to make up a power or something? No, Rick, he doesn't have a power. That's the whole secret bit, is that he doesn't have a power. It's that people think he does, but building the technology, the vessel, is actually him building technology that would facilitate allowing him to build it. Awakens his power, I mean, but he eventually will get to, though. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. It awakens his power. But yeah, no, he's... in my version, he has no power. Technology to make up the difference for that, but people don't realize that's the reason he's doing it. Exactly, Beezus. Exactly. They think it's to contain his power, but he's actually going to be using it to make it. Well, that's what I think, but Rick can do whatever he wants. I'm just proposing my idea. Rick, it's your story. You do with it whatever you want. Like, twist and turn... That'll make 2 versions then. I mean, there you go. Make it like a multiverse, and then they meet each other and they have to fight. Technology versus powers. Yours and mine. Yeah. That's perfect. I mean, honestly, like, I'm not even gonna refund the game. I think this is actually kind of interesting. We can do a lot with this. We can have a lot of fun with this. I think. Probably watch some tutorials on doing some shit, because I want to simulate the world, guys, and see where things go and how stuff goes. Write a short story based on the progression of world events in random worlds like this. But unfortunately, guys, we are getting to that point. It is getting a little late, let's say. So I just got back. I'm sorry, Beezus. You got back just in time to leave. Sorry, guys. Yep, honestly, it'd be sick, and if you're still around, I'd like you to voice act the anti-hero one and any other characters if you'd like. Hell yeah, man, Rick, I'm always gonna be around. Unless I die, I'm always gonna be around. But I might die if I eat all of this fucking chocolate. It's a scary amount of chocolate, guys. We'll see what we have to do with it. But anyways, amazing birthday stream today, guys. We fucking rocked. So, remember, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being there. You guys are awesome. I fucking love you guys. Keep it up with the Discord, you know. You guys spread the love of everyone's stories and everything. So, we put some more stuff in there for more people, so it's always good to see. Hike around it. We got more people in the Discord now. It's going to be popping off soon. But remember, hey, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Hell yeah, boys. Let's go. Who we raiding today? Raid. Oh, I know who I'm raiding. Boom. Easy. Souls. Not even a question. Not even a question, boys. Night, Cerrito. Good night, Rick. Take it easy. Take care, good sir. Here we go. Wheels out, boys. Damn it, guys. Muffin came in today and he said something and I missed it. I'm retarded. Fuck. Oh, I wasn't even thinking about it.